Okay, I think that we're live. I'm not doing an introduction this time because this is a very kind of informal discussion because my last videos weren't big research project videos like a lot of my other videos. They were just, I saw Superman and I saw Fantastic Four and I wanted to, talk about them a little bit. And the Superman video especially seemed to set people off. So I thought it would be fun to do another live stream about it. I have Frank here, who was here a couple live streams ago because he talks about comics. He's a comic book artist and an animator. He's worked on shows. He's done storyboard art for shows like Big Mouth. He also has comic books and a Kickstarter project that he's going to talk about a little bit. So we'll talk about that first, and then we're going to get into Superman movie, I guess, if people have any questions or things they want to talk about it. I was sort of going to talk about the things that I said in the video that were, supposedly controversial since people were bringing it up, and I figured that I'd respond to what they were saying. But I don't think that there's anything I actually said in the video that was controversial. It's sort of funny how people have decided to make such a big issue out of completely, just generalized generic statements. But we can talk about that, or we can talk about other things, talk about Fantastic Four. Fantastic Four, I think also the point I was making about that was that it's such a dumb, meaningless movie that there's not much that's worth talking about with it. But all those things are going to come up. I'm going to bring Frank on right now and talk about his comic book first, and then you guys can add any questions that you have about that or about videos and other things as we go on. So, hello, Frank. And I have my Ragebait monkey background because I thought that was the best part of the whole James Gunn Superman film. This is what I agree.
The thumbnail you made. I told you as soon as you sent it to me, I was like, "That's I like screenshot." And I was like, "I'm gonna."
I thought that scene was hilarious just because it was. When I read comments online, that's like the image that's in my head. And he kind of perfectly captured that image. I think of brainless monkeys screaming at their.
It's also like so comic booky. Like one of my main criticisms of, certainly in a lot of the DC movies in the past like 10 years, but I feel like Marvel was the main one making them, right? That like there's just a point with Marvel movies where I was like, nothing feels creative here. Like do something with this stuff. Like that's what I appreciated about most of the Superman movie was. There's flaws in it. It's not like a good movie, but as a series of events that are fun and comic booky, and for me to sit down for like 2 hours and watch, there were so many moments where I was like, that feels like Bruce Timm. That feels like Paul Dini. That feels
what I loved about the scene in the movie is that it's like a 2-second long scene. It just flies by. And I love that nobody really thinks to question the fact that, well, Luthor, of course, he's got just 20,000 intelligent monkeys doing computer work for him, and nobody questions. And that's very, very Silver Age. That just like, why aren't there intelligent monkeys working on the computers? Because you've got the space alien guy that can fly, and he's got a dog that's wearing a cape. It's like, so why can't you have monkeys working on the computers? It's why not? That's the world that this is. I thought it was a great bit of just setting the tone for that. This is just the type of universe that we're in. Is that there's monkeys working the computers and just don't fucking ask questions about it. And that's how it should be.
Immediately following that scene, or almost immediately, I think, is a scene that involves Crypto, which is one of my favorite Crypto scenes, where the mechanism that he is torturing Crypto with is he's in a holographic treadmill chasing super squirrels.
Yeah, animated super squirrels with capes. That's
why
right. Not be, because it's the same logic that you would use to get a dog with a cape that flies. You use the same logic to how would you trap that dog would be with the squirrels that fly, and that's great.
And I love that the Snyder the dog too, real quick. That like, because the dog is treated as like he's like not very well trained, right? And that's kind of the gag of the dog. But he's not well trained only when it comes to like Superman. Like we never see Crypto interact with normal things, and I think that's really smart. Because then I think maybe the gag would be overwhelming of like, oh, it's this crazy dog that's fucking everything up. But so when it's those specific scenes that he appears with Superman or Supergirl, and then that little like holographic scene, it always is just applying to the super stuff.
Well, I like that they had like a throwaway line that like when Superman, when Krypto's roughhousing with Superman could take it, and the Superman, there's that line where he says he couldn't leave him at the farm because he didn't want him to kill his parents' cows.
The cows, yes.
I like that. With Krypto's like that's what he would do. He'd reptiles with the cows, but he would kill a bunch of cows.
And to me, like to bring up the Snyder bro rage stuff with this movie, I look at that and I'm like, that's a legitimately good dark joke. Like, wouldn't that please like the guys who want like a more fucked up Superman? It's like, yeah, technically his dog would kill all these fucking cows. And also the action in this movie, something I thought was really great was, and I'm a board artist, so my mind does look at stuff like this. But what I dislike a lot in many
and analyze movies.
Yeah. But like what I dislike on a lot of the superhero action movies lately is that they're just so unappealing to look at in terms of action, because most of the action these days in the theatrical releases, right? So much of the action is just CG animation. So why is the camera like shaking everywhere? In Superman, there's often the camera is moving, but it's not shaking around. The camera is moving with the action, and we get to take it in. I specifically recall the moment when, and it's a very great cartoon comic book move, the Raptors are covering Superman as he's zooming around, and he spins like a fucking, crazy top, and they all fly off. That actions and the engineer fight, I was just looking at it, I'm like, how are people met? Like, this is on par with the Man of Steel fights, except these are just, I mean, I guess better is subjective, but I'm like, these are on par. Because when I saw the Man of Steel movie in theaters, I won't lie, the fight scenes did suck me in. I was like, whoa, cool. But I was also like 19, 20 years old when that movie came out, and like had like 19 bong hits before I entered that theater.
That might have been why you thought the action was
probably
cool. The way that Zack Snyder directs action is, I mean, I know a lot of people like the way that he directs action. To me, it's just like nails on a chalkboard, the way that he cuts together an action
scene.
I
agree, because it was definitely the weed. Because then the next time I saw Man of Steel, and I also like even high and like being young watching that movie, that Pa Kent scene I hated. And so the next time I tried watching Man of Steel, it was on my laptop, and it was like unbearable. I was like, this movie fucking sucks.
Well, no, James Gunn, his movies, they do have a really nice look to them. There's a lot of just color and just a lot of creativity. It's not overly busy, but there's a lot of just little detail in the frames. It's really well thought out. And it's one of those weird things with like internet movie commentaries. Every time a trailer comes out, suddenly every jackass with a Twitter account is like an expert on color grading. And they're all like, the color grading in this movie is terrible. I'm like, I guarantee that 95% of you fucktards do not even know what color grading is.
Yeah,
it's like they pick up that they saw that word somewhere. For a while, it was cinematography, and they would all say, "Oh, the cinematography is bad." I'm like, not one single one of you fucking idiots knows what a cinematographer does.
Or they just know color grading from like their super smart TV that smooths all that shit out. So they're like, that's how it should look.
Maybe that's that they think that color grading means, it's like all the AI bros now that think that everything's supposed to look all soft. And I had somebody in my I was talking about them removing film grain from old movies, and somebody said like, well, why is it a bad thing to take the dirt out of the image? They thought the film grain was dirt, like there was just dirt all over and I was like, okay, so that's what I've come to understand with a lot of online discussions is a lot of these people, you just have to realize that they're trying to be in part of this debate, but they don't even know what the words that they're using mean. When they're talking about film grain, they don't know what film grain is, but they're still trying to have a conversation about it, And it's like, it's hard to not be judgmental because it's like, okay, I'm realizing the problem here is that you have no clue what you're talking about, but to like find a nice way to say that is kind of difficult.
It's kind of, it's like, we were talking a little before the stream. I used to be way more of an asshole about it, and I've been trying to improve that in life. But there's also some times where it's like that thing of being like, well, I want the image to look really clean. I want there to be no dirt or film grain. It's like, okay. And then you show these people an image of Skid Row in Los Angeles, or you start filming, like, show Los Angeles. I live in Los Angeles. Show this city for how it actually looks in that high definition, super smooth. You're going to see how fucking filthy everything is.
Yeah, LA is pretty gross. So San Francisco these days.
It's a bummer. But it's like ironically, like, the biggest escapist fantasy in fucking movies these days is me watching it being like, where the fuck's the trash on the street? So I do think it's funny that people demand this high quality of images, and I barely know. I'm not a genius. I'm like a fucking idiot. I truly am. I'm a cartoonist. I'm not even an artist. I just love what I love, and I want to get good and better at it. So
cartoonist doesn't have to mean it's a lower art form. It doesn't mean you're stupid. It just most of them are stupid, but it doesn't. It's not a requirement. You know, you have the option of being a smart cartoonist. It's just that there aren't a whole lot of them. But you know, that's any art form though. Any art form is 95% of it is trash, and you have to like sort of sift through to find the 5%. I think with a lot of comic books, it's maybe like 98% of it is trash. You know, it's like there's a little bit. And I mean, like, I love horror movies. It's one of my favorite genres, but horror movies is one of the genres that I think it's more like, you know, like 98% is trash instead of 95%. So you have to look extra hard for the really good ones, you know. That's kind of how I think of comic books. But
and it's funny because I do think kind of comic books and horror movies are similar in terms of like their trash culture relevance, where I'm a baby. So I was very scared of horror movies. It wasn't until I met my fiance where she was like, this is what I watch. So I had to get better at it. But she does more like the psychological or art house horror movies. So that really did help me like want to watch them. And then I have a lot of friends who are like, right, we got to show you some trash. And the older I got, the more I could appreciate the trash, especially when it comes to things with practical effects. And with the dawn of AI and everything that's just happening with digital effects that bum me out, just like comics, when I go dollar bin hunting, because I still love doing that, it's not that I'm excited that I'm like, oh, I found a Green Arrow issue. It's that I opened up something like I found an amazing Green Arrow drawing. And that's similar to like a horror movie. Like Tubi, I love Tubi because it's one of the only streaming services that you can still screenshot on and it doesn't black it all out. So I'll watch trash on Tubi while I'm inking comics or inking my animations. And then I'll look over at the screen and it's like in a shit movie, there's an amazing shot. Screenshot that, take it. That's how I feel about the Superman movie, where I'm like, it's not really the best, a good movie, but there's a lot of good shit to take away if you're trying to make corporate franchise action movies.
Well, there's a lot of skill to how it's put together. When I say that stuff isn't like this isn't art or that's not art, people they take it to mean that there's no artists that are working on it, and that's not what I mean. There can be a lot of artistry in something that's not. You know, there's lots of artists that work in the special effects companies that work on a shitty Marvel movie. I say the movie's not art because the movie comes from a business decision. It's a corporate product, but it doesn't mean, you know, there could be somebody that's a really wonderful illustrator that's doing some of the animation or whatever, you know, there can be artistry in it. That's kind of how I think of, well, this is a tangent we shouldn't get into, but it's, you know, people ask me if video games are art. And I think that there's artistry in video games. I don't think of video games as being an art form like, you know, like films or like novels. But
I will go the opposite route on that. I'm going to say I think anything can be an art form in that regard. But like you said, you just got to look through where it's like, and it also depends for, like, I'm not a big gamer, but like, I have friends who are, so like there's people who look at it differently where it's like how you and I could like look at a comic through a cartoonist lens. There's gamers I know who'd be like, oh, this game is an art form because if you actually know the concept of like how you program like gameplay, this works so well. But, you know, one could also
I have a barrier.
Like, I'm an artist because I'm an amazing soldier and I have murdered people. So
the problem is that, you know, if you see art as personal expression, part of video games is kind of, it's by definition sort of doing what the audience wants. And I know that there's
true. Yeah.
I know people have lectured me that you know, I say like it's not art if the audience is deciding what's happening. The artist has to be the one guiding the process. And I know I've had people tell me that, well, there's video games where the player has choices, but it's still guided. It's still guided by the creator of the game is still guiding how the game ultimately goes. And so I understand that. I just don't.
I see your
the
perspective.
interactive element to it's a fine line where like the interactive element removes the intention of the artist if it's the audience making the decision. But like I said, that's a tangent that we're. Do you want to talk about your
Sure.
comment? I don't know if you really want to announce your. I know you're doing a Kickstarter soon, but I don't know how much.
Yeah, I can announce the
about
Kickstarter.
it. So this is your cover.
Yes.
That you sent me.
Constantino. So I'm running my first Kickstarter. So I didn't realize there was like layers to it. It's like you have a pre-launch and an official launch and da 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 da. So I wanted 100% of the artwork finished before even doing the Kickstarter, and I'm just doing it as like an efficient pre-order. Let's get the print run printed, and goals are like print more, do commissions for people, whatever. But so I gotta figure out either setting things up tonight or tomorrow. On top of I have like 3 jobs right now on top of like running a Kickstarter, but yeah, so it should be the week of August 4th. The pre-launch should be coming up, and then the following week, around like August 10th, ideally the Kickstarter will happen. And so these are just various images. I just Rick was so kind to let me just showcase a little bit of them. We're talking superheroes and James Gunn and all that. I think he's bringing Constantine into the movie fold somehow, and I do love the Jamie Delano era of Hellblazer. Like the first original run is actually quite fantastic and has a real pulp feel to it. And so my buddy Joseph and I, when we worked in a comic shop, we bonded by really loving those original issues and kind of just made a parody of it as like an Italian guy, Johnny.
This is interesting because I haven't read the whole thing yet. I just looked at the pictures you sent me like an hour ago, but it goes from black and white to color within the story, right? This is a finished page.
Yes.
That's interesting how you use color intermittently. I've been kind of doing a little bit of stuff like that in a comic I'm doing.
Thanks, man. Something that I was doing, because I do all Constantino specifically, I'm doing all digitally just for speed's sake. Some artwork is better than others. The goal is just I wanted to get it done, figure out really good pacing. I'm really disgusted by modern comic book pacing from the mainstream publishers. They publish a collection of 6 or 7 issues, and every 7 pages they're reminding you what happened 3 pages ago. That's honestly, I'm not even being like hyperbolic. Those editors should be fired or retrained. You're doing a really bad job. That's a really bad job at creating a story. Novels don't do that. TV shows don't do that. Movies don't do that. Comics shouldn't either, particularly in an age where no one has an attention span.
That's a big problem with comics, I think, is that at some point, late 80s, I guess, they kind of started to hire the fans to be the editors, and it's sort of like the lunatics started running the asylum, or the kids started running the daycare center, because you don't want people that are just fanboys to be running it. You either want people that are, dedicated, but as they started catering more and more to their built-in audience, all their audience, instead of being kids, was all 40-year-olds that grew up with this. So they wanted people that grew up with the characters to be editing and writing.
I also think it's people who are trying to copycat the Alan Moores and Grant Morrisons, where it's like those felt like graphic novels, and they were collected these things, and I think some of those are. I love Grant Morrison and Alan Moore, but I think they've made shit as well. They're not gods. But that being said, a lot of copycats also come through, and it's like, yeah, you're missing the point of like Alan Moore and Grant Morrison can spin a fucking giant yarn in a monthly comic book because every month they're also delivering you something.
I just got this comment, which I thought was hilarious. This was like earlier today. This person, God, I hate Alan Moore. I don't think I've ever disliked anyone. It's been like, really? You dislike him more than anyone that you've ever disliked? Because he had just watched my video where Alan Moore said that comic book fans are emotionally retarded. And I love that comic book fans the reason they get so bent out of shape about him is because he's telling them the truth. And they're so used to the people in the industry, licking their ass and being like, oh, our fans are so wonderful, our fans are so great. And it's because it's this incestuous thing of everything is by the fans and for the fans. But that's why you don't get any new fans, because it's just all this clusterfuck of people doing what their 40-year-old fans liked 30 years ago. And I just thought this was hilarious. People get so fucking worked up about all he said is that, if you that quote, he's like, yeah, if you're a 40-year-old and your idea of a novel is 6 issues of She-Hulk stapled together, then yeah, you're an emotionally retarded 40-year-old.
But also, and as much as I love Alan Moore, I also am more than happy to say, fuck that old cunt too. Because I read Jerusalem. I read all of it, and it's a good book. But I read 1,200 pages, so I'm allowed to criticize that motherfucker. I tried reading Voices of Fire, and I literally threw the book in the trash. The first 50 pages is him writing in a made-up broken language, and I was just like, fuck you, asshole. I am out.
Voices of Fire is cool.
I'm gonna listen to the audiobook, but I was just, and I also thought
is there an audiobook?
Yeah, it just came out recently. So I'm willing to give that. But also what I love about Alan Moore though too is his little shit starting stuff. So that's why I also like shitting on Alan Moore. Well, I like that page you showed real quick, back to my comic, that page you showed with her taking that shot, that's Alan Moore who's serving her. Our character, he had a pen name, something Brilburn, so we have a character named Brilburn, an ancient wizard bartender who is cultivating drunken masters. So that's him right there.
But the reason people get so that's up there. But the reason that people get so pissed off by him is just because it's the fan service culture in comics, where they're so used to all the creators. I always, whenever they announce the new writer of Superman, he's going to do the next run on Action Comics or whatever, they always have to go to Bleeding Cool and do those interviews where they lick all the fans' asses, and they're all and they always have the same lie, the same fake story where they're like, Superman's been my favorite character since I was 9 years old, and I blah blah blah.
It's the best thing I've ever written, Rick.
And this has always been my dream my whole life to write Superman. And they've got to, and they have to do these little interviews and do these little rounds to calm all the fans down, and they have to reassure all the fans, no, we love it just as much as you do. And it's amazing to me that the fans are so stupid that they can't tell they're being lied to, It's like, yes, okay, every single person that's ever written Action Comics, it's, Superman's their favorite thing. And then, in a year when they get fired from Action Comics and then they're writing Spider-Man, then they go and do the interview where, oh, my Spider-Man's been my favorite comic since I was 9 years old. And they tell the fake story about the first time they read Spider-Man, and it's just all so phony and stupid. It's,
Or if that is the truth, right? Fine, fair enough. I also am then like, okay, well, if it's your favorite fucking thing ever, why is this so bad? Why is this so dull? Why isn't this working? Why can't you do it? And I think it's probably because conversations like this, I sound like an asshole, but it's also I'm on a podcast saying editors in comics are doing a bad job. And it's they are. And I guess I'm not afraid to say that because Constantino is never going to get published mainstream. I'm just self-publishing it. And also one of the things I do like about Alan Moore is his magic stuff, right? Not that I necessarily believe in magic, but I'm a little bit of a stoner. I pop an edible, read him talk about that shit. I enjoy it because he talks about the willpower and he always applies it to art. And I'm always grasping at straws to justify cartooning.
I've been reading Alan Moore's Grimoire recently.
It's so good. I'm really enjoying reading it too. Yeah. And the Rick Veitch art is amazing. Always a gem when we get Veitch stuff.
Well, whether or not you believe in magic or whatever, it's a beautiful book, and he's got a lot of really interesting ideas about art and psychology.
Yes, and so to me, Constantino was, like you said, there was a point in comics where I felt like I was being lied to, not only by the creators, but by the reboots, the editors, these things. And I was like, dude, I'm giving you my money. One of the reasons I actually stopped playing video games when I was young was because video games are very expensive. I was a poor kid. I was I did dishwash when I was 13 years old. So video games, I couldn't really afford them. So when I found comics, they were $2 at the time, but I was like, well, I can buy an issue of a comic. Cool.
Well, that's why I tell that story in the Fantastic Four video I just did. that could have been a longer video, but I made that whole thing like at midnight last night just because I wanted to scream about Fantastic Four. But the whole thing in there that was important to me is that I started reading comic books when I found comic books because they were at gas stations and they cost like $1, you know, or $1.50 or whatever. I think
they used to be 7-Eleven for me when in the 90s, like still.
Yeah, you find them at 7-Eleven and in the 90s, and they used to have them at supermarkets. And you know, without that, I never would have started. And now we expect kids to like make their way into like a creepy comic book shop where everybody there is like a long-term Wednesday warrior, and they all know each other. And you know, you're a little kid, you don't want to do that. It's a very intimidating kind of thing, you know.
And unfortunately, then, like, well, not unfortunately, it's just the weird reality of that like elongated fandom who doesn't want to grow up. And again, I am a hypocrite. I'm never going to say I'm not, but in terms of like, to go back to Alan Moore magic thing, Constantino was like, we invented that character as a parody and it grew beyond that, of course, but like we made that as our punk expression about what we really hated about the mainstream published comics. We were working in a comic book store. I worked in comic shops for 10 years. That's how I felt like I was getting lied to and betrayed and like, what is happening? So rather than just bitch about it online and be that guy, I was like, I am going to apply myself to creating, you know, Alan Moore's like, you know, a little magical theory. Like, I'm going to put all the criticism and all the shit that I hate about what's happening, I'm going to put it into this thing and try to fix it. It doesn't mean I am going to fix it. I'm not an artist with a capital A. Not every page is amazing, but I'm, rather than sitting online, monkey baiting, you know, rage baiting into Twitter space, because the days I do that, I fucking want to like kill myself. I feel horrible. Rather expressing myself in a cartoon, even if the cartoon kind of sucks or I didn't hit the mark or the joke didn't work through, I at least put the effort to, rather than monkey it, I monkeyed it I cavemanned it. I drew a picture.
I pulled this quote up because people call Alan Moore pretentious, and the fact that he's pretentious was the only good, that was the whole good thing that he did for superhero comics, because I think a lot of people, when they talk about, they use the word pretentious to sort of criticize things, and usually what they're criticizing them for are the same qualities that make them good. Because what they're saying when they talk about it being pretentious is that it takes itself seriously and it's trying to say something important. It's trying to say something that's profound or meaningful, and that's not something that we should frown on, you know. But people, they use the word pretentious to make it as though that's a bad thing, to take yourself seriously. And I think that that's, you know, what a lot of people misunderstand about Alan Moore is, I think the only thing that he really did, his whole innovation with Watchmen was the whole thing that he did with Watchmen was just like, hey, you know, what if we took comic books as seriously as a novelist takes a novel? Just like give ourselves that like basic level of self-respect that this is an art form and it means something. The way that the panels are arranged on the page means something. The way that the figures are done within the panels means something. There's symbolism and allegory, and that the structure means something. The fact that there's 12 issues is a meaningful decision. We're not just going to keep going until the sales peter out. There's like an actual structure to the story. These are all things.
And also, let's
novelists and any other
coming out, adding to that very specific factor of Dave Gibbons on all 12 issues, and not that wasn't unheard of as like a mini or whatever, but Moore does come from the fandom of loving the Kirbys and the Dick, like comprehending why certain creators taking what they do seriously, whether it's for adults or for children. Because I do believe you can have trash media for kids, but you should also have serious media for kids, even if it's lighthearted, whatever. Take it seriously. It's your job. That like he knows the importance of that. So to have a Dave Gibbons on that 412 issues as well, and saying we're not replacing that artist, is also a meaningful decision.
Well, that's also that's one of the things that makes a lot of comics such a fucking joke. The idea that they think we can just have a different illustrator every issue. That's like, you know, if that's like if you know, if if Kubrick just had, he's like, I'll just let somebody else direct a third of the movie because I'm kind of slow and I can't keep up with the monthly schedule or whatever fucking thing. And no, it's you don't. In no other art form would they do that. It's only in comic books that they accepted that the artist just is is interchangeable, is just an employee. They can just have a different one every issue.
I would say
they would never.
People gravitate towards manga over comics because I was even I'm 34. So growing up, I was in the 90s through the 2000s. Comics really weren't like, I was the only person I knew. Like my high school was small, right? My elementary and middle school and high school. Graduating class was probably like 100 to 200 kids. We pretty much all knew each other. Within 200 people, I was the only person I knew who was reading comics like monthly. Some people had graphic novels or collections, but more people were, not everyone, but if you were going to read comics or take the time to look at like a cartoon thing, it was manga. And I was reading manga at the time too. And one of the things I liked more about manga, initially what I liked about DC Comics when I first got into them was because of my manga brain. When I watched Dragon Ball Z as a kid, for me, specifically, again, cartoon animator brain, I was looking at the drawings on screen. I knew they were drawings, and I also knew they were really good fucking drawings. I was like, I'm not seeing this, like maybe only in like Batman the Animated Series. I was like, this doesn't look like Saturday morning cartoons. They're better. And then I read the Dragon Ball Z manga, and it was uncut, right? They didn't edit out blood. They were like, damn you, go to hell. And so in first grade, you're like, oh my God, this is cool. Like, I have a secret. So then when I saw the Teen Titans show in the 2000s, I dug it because it was cool animation. And then I saw the Jeff Johns comic at the time. In hindsight, I tried rereading that comic. It sucks ass. But at the time, I'm in middle school, and I see it, and someone gets stabbed with a sword, and there's blood. I was just like, whoa, cool. They're doing things the cartoons can't. Until you realize, the more you read mainstream comics, you're like, oh, actually, the cartoons do more because they end. Or like they have arcs, and there's consistent art. In manga, also the thing, sorry to go on a little bit of a tangent, but manga doesn't change the artist. What I love about Dragon Ball Z forever, until I die, and why Toriyama dying hurt me specifically so hard is because of his artwork. The charm of that artwork, it was him all the time. It was the guy writing it and drawing it and putting it out there. Same with Tezuka, same with so many manga, even with their assistants. It's just that thing of like the fact that we have lost that in most modern American comics. Image Comics will try to do, they do it a little better to like maintain like we're this team and we're creating it. But in that Marvel and DC system, which should theoretically have the ability to pay people to be collaborative teams, they just don't, and it's so sad.
Well, and they're not even in manga.
And the turnaround is it's an embarrassment for a company to do this to their employees. They'll have like they'll wait to approve a story sometimes, I've heard, and then give you like 3 days to write it. And it's like, what? How long does the artist have to draw that then?
Well, it's true that even in manga, a lot of the stuff that's sort of taken for granted in American superhero comics isn't acceptable because it wouldn't be acceptable in any other medium. And it's comic fans always have this chip on their shoulder about why don't people take my Spider-Man comics seriously? It's because the people that make them don't take it seriously. They treat it as just disposable slop. So the result is disposable slop. Also, there's no other art form, no other storytelling where they just it just goes on indefinitely until the sales die off. Even in manga, they have a story and they finish the fucking story. They might later on do like a Death Note, whatever.
I will say it is very similar though in Japan. Shonen Jump Weekly, I mean, it is cutthroat. Not everyone gets to finish their shit because it's based off of a voting system. So if you can get voted off the island. Like you may not be able to finish your thing. Some series do, like, or maybe they were popular at one point and then suddenly just start going downhill, and then it's like you have 3 weeks to wrap it up.
Well, I mean, yeah, there's business realities, yeah, but there's not this thing of just the stories have no beginning and no end.
Mhm.
They're actually you actually tell a story. The closest thing in American comics is where you have somebody, like Grant Morrison is able to come in and he does his Bat Saga, or he does his new X-Men, and it's a real thing with the beginning, middle, and end. But even him, they fuck with him because they don't have a conception that the stories actually have structure.
They can't allow it to end.
Well, they fuck with it because they come in. Oh, but we're doing our stupid reboot in the middle of your story, and you have to tie into it. Or they
that was one of those moments for me. Truly, was at that point I'd been reading comics since middle school. The New 52 happened right before I moved to LA, like 2013, 2014-ish. I'd been working in a comic book store since like 2010, and I was really enjoying that Grant Morrison run and the Keith Giffen Doom Patrol. That is actually better even than the Grant Morrison run. Grant Morrison's run walked so Keith Giffen's run could fly. Highly recommend that to anybody in this who's going to watch this who hasn't read the Giffen Doom Patrol. Great fucking series. And it's the only series in DC that was like, oh, we're canceled because of something called the New 52, because Ambush Bug was in it, so it could like break the fourth wall. It was really good. But what really broke me with like wanting to even support most mainstream comics, particularly DC at the time, was that I had given so much time and money to this fucking company with Grant Morrison's Batman, and I wasn't feeling ripped off by his Batman story, but I immediately felt ripped off by the company itself when they didn't allow him to finish it and rebooted it in the middle, and I was just like, what the fuck? Like, luckily I was working in a store because I was like, I refuse to give you money anymore. I'm just going to read it in the store.
What's your dog's name?
Penny Century, after Jaime Hernandez's character.
Is she what kind? Is she a mutt, or is she some kind of Chihuahua mix?
Yeah, so she's a Chihuahua Dachshund mix. So it's
Oh, okay. I was trying to figure out because I saw some Dachshund in there, but
yeah, you can really see it in here.
Yeah, I had two. I had a Chihuahua and I also had two Dachshunds at one point, but the Dachshunds that I had were insane. They both hated me.
They can be little assholes. The Chiweenie mix is great because it's just like, she
seems very relaxed.
She can be, a little psycho when someone's knocking at the door, but we have spoiled this bitch rotten. So like, my fiance's the therapist, so she'll just be in her lap for like 3 hours of sessions, not moving.
She's just sitting there staring up at you lovingly. I don't know why, because I'm a dog person. I've always had dogs, and dogs always loved me. But for some reason, out of all the dogs I've met in my whole life, these two Dachshunds, both of them, they just hated me. And if I touched them, they would like scream like I was trying to kill them and run away from me. And both of them, it was so weird. And so I thought it was like a Dachshund thing, but anyway, I got distracted by that. Dog on your lap. Yeah, so what we were talking about how mainstream American comics are shit, I think, was what we were
But I have a little tangent to go back to, because I had mentioned Dragon Ball Z and stuff, and I had mentioned this to you prior to us going live. Something, to go back to the Superman movie, something that, at least for me, because I'm a nerd, I could pull it from this, but I had major Dragon Ball Z vibes watching Superman, which is also one of the reasons I really liked it. American audiences, a lot of people, at least my age, were introduced to Dragon Ball Z, and Dragon Ball Z is the New Testament of a Bible, essentially. There's the story of him as a kid, which is like, literally, the series ran for 10 years, so there's 5 years that of story that like most American audiences never seen. So I was just introduced to this show where everyone fucking knew each other, and I was like, what? And because even in the early 90s, you had the internet, you could type in Dragon Ball Z on Google. So same with superhero stuff. If you're confused, just go to Wikipedia. Who the fuck is Element Man? Oh, okay, got it. He's cool. That's what I really liked about Superman. It did toss me into the deep end, like DBZ did. But like DBZ, every character wasn't this annoying, quirky Marvel thing. They all felt cool. Maybe they're not as strong as Superman, but they all can do something cool. They all have unique personalities. And like, there were literally beats where it's like, Goku is the Superman story, but he's not Christ. He's very Moses-esque. And specifically in Dragon Ball Z, Goku's backstory was he was supposed to annihilate the Earth. They're Saiyan warriors. They kill planets and then sell the planets off to like a fascist alien race. I liked that in the Superman movie, that it did that twist of like, oh, Kal-El, you're actually supposed to like, you know, rule them, annihilate them. That's what you should do. That's what Goku was supposed to do, and he didn't. And that's awesome. There's a lot of like Doctor. If you're a DBZ fan, you're gonna know what I'm talking about with like, you know, Doctor with the clone. The clone shit I didn't like in the movie. I did think that clone stuff is overplayed and lame, and it feels like something you do in a bad third movie. But if they had kept it to like engineer having construct, because also since you're being so fucking, you know, they had that like war going on. Why wouldn't you just use a Superman clone to go and fuck up one of the sides? Why are you covering his face? So if you had made the engineer make a robot or something, that would have been very Dragon Ball Z and the Android saga. Oh, I've been studying you and watching your moves, and I built a perfect robot that can counter you because we know everything.
Well, I've never seen Dragon Ball Z, so I have.
Well, Rick, I'm telling you, you're not missing out, but you are. It's one of those things where it's like, by all means, it's actually, real quick, in all seriousness, if you haven't ever read it and you do like comics, utilize your local library. The Dragon Ball is amazing. You're gonna see influences in there that probably aren't even in there, but because Toriyama is such a strong cartoonist, you're gonna be like, oh my god, is that Schultz? Is that Charles Schultz in this and this and that? It's amazing cartooning and actually really good. There is a Dragon Ball show, but are you gonna tell Rick to spend fucking 546 episodes worth of his time watching a show with filler? No.
Well, Frank, I'm not watching the show.
We're gonna tell Rick to just read Dragon Ball the manga because he'll enjoy the cartoon.
I'm not going to read the manga either. I think we talked about last time, for me to read a long manga series, there has to be some sort of twink pornography in it. Was that in a live stream with you where we talked about that?
That is, yes, that is true. Okay. Yes, we did do that. That's right. Wow. Yeah.
So, you know, Death Note's a borderline case, you know, because there are twinks in that. So.
Fair. But all that being said, you know, I just like the comic I made, right, Constantino. Again, like to me, it's like the antidote to all my criticisms of stuff, or at least my attempt at the antidote, I should say. I'm not a fucking genius, but like I'm just taking everything I love about American comics and everything I love about manga, and then I'm also remembering what I dislike about manga and what I dislike about American comics. So I'm trying to just like rip away everything that doesn't work and combine the things that do work for me, and hopefully the end result is something that almost feels like a James Gunn Superman in the sense of like, oh, this is working on a bigger scale. Like it's just, I'm familiar with the iconography of this kind of genre of storytelling. Oh, there you go. I like that. Do audiobooks.
Is this person flirting with me? Should I do audiobooks?
You should read a very fucked up book. Like just read all of Joyce Carol's books for us.
I don't like listening to my own voice. I always think like, oh God, it's usually if people say that they agree if they like my voice or not, it's not actually my voice they're talking about. It's they're like, if they don't like me or don't like what I'm saying, then they'll like try to make fun of my voice. And if they like what I'm saying, then they'll tell me. I have people tell me that my voice is soothing and that they love it, and then other people like you have an unbearable monotone. It's like death to listen to you. But then you look at their other comments, and they're like Snyder. You know, I pissed them off about Zack Snyder or something, so they feel like they need to, like that's their child brain like tries to make a personal attack because you didn't like their fucking superhero movie enough for them, you know. So I don't know. This person likes my voice. Thank you, Cereal Bowl.
I like your username, Cereal Bowl.
Yeah. Let's share what we know. Far and away the most common thing I've seen about your videos is your microphone quality is crap. I would say I like your voice, but I think the microphones got better. I don't know anything about sound mixing, but you know.
Yeah, I don't really think your microphone's that bad. I mean, you sound like you're talking into a mic. You're not like popping or anything, or it doesn't sound like.
I mean, I can only judge how it sounds to me when I'm listening to it, and I know that it, you know, I adjust the levels to sound normal to me. I get people that say that there's too much variance in the noise, like my voice is low and then the sound effect will be too loud or whatever, but I don't know. I can only judge how it, when I'm listening to it, when I'm editing it, it doesn't sound too loud, but I don't know. Let's see. I'm going through the comments now, just kind of scrolling. So. I mean, I actually have a microphone. It's like a $200 microphone. My old videos had a cheap microphone, and then I got the expensive microphone. I don't think anybody could tell me which video I switched from the cheap microphone to the expensive microphone. So I don't actually think that that's it.
I'm still, I still think it just sounds like you're talking to like a decent mic. I mean, I'm not even using a microphone, so I probably sound like shit.
I don't know if maybe people are listening to it on really. So sometimes I've listened to my videos on like a more high-end headphones or something, and then people like, oh, okay, I can see it sounds a little weird or whatever. But these are YouTube videos, guys.
Yeah, exactly. Also, that too. It's like,
have you seen?
I've never seen that movie, and I'm very curious to check that out.
Well, here you are talking about anime and manga and everything, and
right?
That's I don't watch a lot of anime, but I've had a lot of people tell me that movie is the closest that an American live action movie has come to, being in the spirit of anime.
I do remember just at the time when it came out, I was very put off by how CGI it looked. And, it is in a high, it's going to be one of those, if I enjoy the movie, especially when I watch it, it's certainly going to be one of those movies that'll probably it was ahead of its time for me in that sense, I suppose. But yeah,
it's an animated movie, really. 90% of it's animated. It's I don't think that the CGI ages badly because it's supposed to look like a cartoon. If it was really trying to look real, you might say now, like, wow, this doesn't look real at all. But it was never really supposed to. So I don't know. I love that movie.
Not a lot, actually, but like certain movies, it's kind of cool revisiting early 2000s movies or mid 2000s movies that are heavy special effects, because there's still the movies that have that stuff holds up better with. We're still utilizing, like they were doing like the practical effects with special effects on top of it. So there was just something.
Yes, the ultimate example of Zack Snyder not knowing what he's doing is his adaptation of Watchmen. Yes, this is an example. His adaptation of Watchmen this is like, I think we were talking about, I'm trying to remember, this was before we were actually live, but we were talking about how I try not to make my criticism of people who like Zack Snyder movies personal, because I do think if you like Zack Snyder movies that you have bad taste, but I know perfectly intelligent people that like Zack Snyder movies. So, we can have different tastes.
Everybody got a little bit of bad taste in them.
But that's a totally different thing that, people that, I think that you have bad taste, but we can disagree on matters. That's a different thing than the Snyder bros that are just like people with personality disorders. That's different than just people that, we can agree to disagree on bad taste.
These are like weird online fanatics.
There's a subculture thing. It's a personality disorder thing. But I do think, so that said, I feel like Zack Snyder, his example of Watchmen is, to me, if you think that, oh yeah, that's a good example of Watchmen, then to me, you're just saying that you never understood Watchmen. Because I've never seen a movie that misunderstands the source material so badly as he does in that movie, It's just like, when I watched that movie, I thought, oh, okay, so this is what morons think that Watchmen is. Like, this is it's an illustration. People that never get, this is what they thought it was. They thought it was, the people that they thought that Watchmen was everything that Watchmen was deconstructing and that Watchmen was making fun of. Zack Snyder takes on like a totally straight-faced kind of, and I know that there are people who will tell me that there's subtext in it, and I understand that he thinks he's deconstructing things, but he's not deconstructing the same things that Alan Moore was. All the same things that Alan Moore thought was contemptible about superhero comics, that he was poking fun at it. Zack Snyder takes all that stuff totally straight-faced, and he's not smart enough to understand that Watchmen is making fun of it. And also,
here's the thing, though. I do get a little. I disagree kind of heavily with this whole Grant Morrison, Alan Moore thing being like, Watchmen and Arkham Asylum are obviously jokes. Disagree, because I work in comedy. If you need to put in some fucking jokes, That
It's
being
not a
said,
joke. It's not a joke. It's a deconstruction.
it's a deconstruction, but I think
Pointing at the
at least in terms
absurdity
of
of
like the
it.
past 10 years, I have seen both authors and a lot of reviewers bringing up like, oh, it's poking fun at, and I don't
Yeah,
see a
but
lot of
poking fun at doesn't mean that it's a comedy. It means that he's showing the absurdity of it. He's showing the ridiculousness of it. You know.
well,
I mean,
but what
somebody
you're
like
going
somebody
to
like
do, it's kind of, you can't, not that you can't, but like you can't, well, you can't get mad at an audience who's like, yeah, I didn't. The book involves like rape and like child stuff, you know, like it's like heavy subject matter. So that's why, like, when because I also do agree with that.
yeah,
Like,
it's not a comedy. That's what I
miss,
just said. It's not a joke.
Zack Snyder did miss it. But like when I saw this here, when I read Watchmen, I was in 8th grade, and I was definitely enjoying it. There were moments that made me feel really empty inside, it was like I read Battle Royale, the novel, Watchmen, and Akira, all in 8th grade, and all, you know, made me feel cold and numb in various ways because I was experiencing some heavy stuff. As you know, it's a nice time, you start like broadening your tastes. But when I was in 8th grade, I did not fucking get the space alien thing. As an adult, I get it now and I really like it. But when I was a kid, it went over my head and I was like, what? So when I saw the movie, I actually really liked the missile thing. That made more sense to me because I was like, that felt more. But that being said, again, Alan Moore wasn't writing a movie for like, this is the real world. He was writing a comic book in a comic book world. That's why that space alien works and that like all that kind of stuff works. But, and I didn't like the Watchmen movie also. I thought it was kind of boring and I thought the acting was shit. I hate young people playing old people. But
right. So what Zack Snyder did was what you just said, which was that it made sense if you didn't understand the comic book.
Yeah,
that was, you know, all the people that didn't get what the comic book was doing were like, well, of course you got to change the giant, you know, space slug.
Yeah.
Well, they thought that because they didn't understand why it was there in the first place, and Zack Snyder didn't understand, and that's why a lot of people like it, because that's why a lot of people like all of his superhero movies, is because he has the same misunderstandings that a lot of the dumb fans have.
Yeah.
And so they're like, yeah, he did it right, and it's like, yeah, you think that because both of you are idiots. It's like, you know. And I'm saying that I'm trying not to make my criticisms personal, and I'm calling everybody who likes him idiots. So I understand that's why some people get pissed off at me. But it really is. It's just like, it's not a matter of taste or style of approach. It's a matter of he literally didn't get what he was working on. There was a concrete point that was being made, and it flew right the fuck over his head.
And culturally, that is a bummer because unless, like, you know, I had really bad taste for a long time. I was really ignorant of a lot of stuff, and I had to it was through meeting people that I felt really interesting and cool that I wanted to impress, and that felt like they were introducing me to things I never heard of that like I wanted to learn more and go through. So it is very important that when people do these adaptations or analyze works, it is important to hit the mark. But also, that being said, I also, you know, it's just to go back to that, the poking fun aspect of Watchmen, and even like, again, I love Grant Morrison, but like I read their novel Luda. That book sucks, and it's a waste of time. So I do get really mad when these guys who I really admire, or these creators, I should say, that I really admire, who can be a little pretentious, and I think pretension is good, but that also means I'm going to be like, you're not my god. I have no gods. You're going to be criticism. In the recent years, I've heard both, like I said, like Morrison and Moore talking about how like Watchmen and Arkham Asylum were like, you know, it's obviously a joke. And it's like, it's obvious. It's definitely not obvious. You can, like you said, it could be deconstructing, and maybe there's things that like in your brain you were poking fun of, but when you're including rape and because if that's going to be the case, then you're not actually making a great graphic novel or this really deep, profound thing that Watchmen has all these layers to it. You're making a Roger Corman movie, which ain't a bad thing because Corman's an artist. Corman had deep things and soul, as a person. He had things he could say and wanted to say, but he also had to make some cheap shit and make some trash, put it out there, and produce so much that every now and then, ooh, you hit something, that trash shines, baby. That thing that you feel you made a really good point on, and it really went through. But if you're also putting in all these exploitative pieces into it, blood and guts and visceral and assault and blah, 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 well, you are. And then just being like, oh, well, I was like just poking fun at it. All right, very well. But then you're Corbett.
Well, it's not he was just poking fun at it. Saying he's poking fun at it's not reductive. He was showing in the context of there's supposed to be an uneasy juxtaposition of if you take, serious things like rape or war or whatever, and you try to put them onto Superman, then there's going to be an awkward frisson because the two things aren't meant to fit together. Yeah. And that was kind of the whole point he was talking about. And when you say something's a deconstruction or even a satire, that doesn't mean it's a joke. It doesn't mean you're supposed to be laughing at it.
Very true.
It's supposed to be, the whole thing at the end with the space alien at the end of Watchmen, he's very definitely making fun of like the silly Silver Age element, but he's making fun of it in a way that it's supposed to be horrifying because he's showing like, okay, in these comics, it's ridiculous in the context of these comics, but if something like that actually happened, it would be the most, horrifying. There's nothing funny about it at all. And he's removing elements from their context, and then they have a completely different application, And that's what a lot of people don't.
That could have been the Man of Steel sequel. Zack Snyder isn't smart enough as a director, though, to do that. Where it's like that could have been the almost Alan Moore move to play of like, look at how horrifying, like conceptually in our minds as a fantasy, it's very cool to see Superman punch someone through a building. But if you were actually watching that and it go down in destruction, like it would be horrifying. But the movie doesn't take itself in that serious manner where it's like, even like as a kid when I watched Power Rangers, I would be like, everyone in those buildings probably just died, right? That like just blew up when they were like, no one got evacuated in the city.
So like a lot of superhero movies don't know how to deal with that because it's a really delicate tonal thing that it works one way in a comic and it works a different way in a movie. If you reach a certain level of realism, then you have to start asking the questions like, okay, those buildings weren't evacuated. And in a comic, it's like it's a different level. There's a different level of buy-in for the suspension of disbelief in a different medium. And, the realism as it ramps up increases the amount of rationalization that you have to do for what you can get away with,
Superman, the movie did that in a way where I was like, and I won't like the whole war situation in the movie. I thought it was handled solidly because of the scene between Lois and Clark during that interview in the beginning. But even then, I will say it was a weird moment of like being an American in the safety of like a nice theater, watching that moment, being like, is this actually appropriate or is it not? Because I did think of Alan Moore during that scene because I was like, this really is the point he has been making all these years, where it's like, if you insert this specific thing into this character, you can, but instantly. But here's the thing, I also kind of disagree with Alan Moore with the escapism thing, where it's like, yeah, but I also kind of get it. I'm almost like, weirdly enough, I found this Batman novel written by Andrew Vox, and it's about Batman taking down a pedophile ring. Oddly enough, crazy relevant with all the Epstein stuff. It's literally, it's like I'm reading a book. Like right now, there's a chapter where he's like basically punching like Ghislaine Maxwell in the face. It's kind of interesting in that sense. But it is a thing, too, of like, okay, if you're going to take these characters to this point, they can't go back then to the other thing that they used to be.
Well, there's just, that's why, I joke a lot about Snyder including things like, rage monkeys and super squirrels and all this stuff. But it's actually important to dealing with these characters because you have to have a certain level of heightened reality. Otherwise, it does become, if you're doing something like the war scenes in the movie, if you're dealing with it on a certain cartoon level where there's an understanding that this it's not just a depiction of an actual war, it's a depiction of a very broad idea, which there's a concept which is, Superman sets up Superman stands up for the weak and the powerless. Superman doesn't like bullies. He stands up for the people that are being attacked, and that's a very good lesson, like for a 12-year-old, which is what Superman is good for, is like lessons that you teach a 12-year-old. If you get to a certain point of realism and a certain point of complexity, Superman's lesson no longer works, because going over there and like taking the president and sticking him on a cactus, that's not how you deal with like a real fucking war. But in a Superman comic, it can work. And so that's why I think something like, the monkeys or crypto or whatever, it's actually important to making it work, because if you're in a reality where Lex Luthor has 20,000 monkeys that are operating his computers for him and it's just not commented on, that's just the reality that we live in, then it's okay that you deal with the war thing in a very superficial kind of way, because we're dealing with very broad things. It's not real. There's a certain level of separation. Once you try to apply specific, and this is kind of what I was getting at in my video that a lot of people got honked off about, but if you try to apply very specific real world things and you say that this is, it's not about the broad ideal that Superman stands up for victims, Superman defends the weak, you try to say this is specifically about Gaza, or this is specifically about the Ukraine. Once you do that, then it suddenly becomes very tacky to use these characters because it's not, he can't really comment on something that's so complicated in a meaningful way.
Yeah.
He can go over there and say like, you're the strong one, you're the weak one, I'm going to punch the strong one because it's mean that you're being a bully, like that's fine, that's a good lesson, but to actually say that that's like about Palestine, suddenly it becomes very, very, rather than a good lesson, it becomes very, very stupid, because it's a very, very simplistic kind of way to talk about it.
I mean, I don't think it's a stretch to do that. I mean, I definitely was getting those vibes in it, but I was also getting Ukraine, Russia vibes as well. But we were talking about this before the live stream too, but also that's fucking human history. I mean, like when I saw Man of Steel, I was thinking about 9/11 when like buildings were going down and shit. It's like we live in a really fucked up dark world. There's amazing beauty to it as well. But
it's what you probably know the quote, the Tolkien quote's really famous, where he talks about the difference between applicability and allegory.
Actually, I don't.
He talks about, there's a lot of things in Lord of the Rings that are very specifically Christian, because he was a Catholic. And there's like, if you actually plot out Frodo's journey, I think it's that he leaves Rivendell on Christmas Day, and he drops the ring into Mount Doom on Easter, I believe is how it works out. And so Tolkien planned this entire 1,000-page novel out to follow the birth and then the rebirth of Christ is what it's all. But he very, very strongly said, no, this is not an allegory for Christianity, because an allegory is about one thing. It's limited. It's a one-to-one analogy. You're saying that Frodo is Jesus, right? It's one-to-one. Whereas with applicability, you can say this story has a lot of lessons that could teach you things about Christ. It could teach you things about the Bible, but it's not pinned down to being literally one thing. And because Tolkien was a Catholic, he was very serious about it. He would have thought that was very denigrating, insulting to say that Frodo is literally Jesus.
Yeah.
He was saying that I'm taking this story, and one of the things I'm doing in this story is I'm showing how this is an example of Christian values. And that's good. You're using the story to teach values. A completely different thing than saying Frodo is Jesus, And that's what people are trying to do with the Superman movie, is they're trying to say this country is Israel, this country is Gaza. That's not how it works. That's not how storytelling works. That's not how symbolism works. Of course you could take the lessons of the story and you can apply it to any number of human conflicts, and you can apply it to virtually every war and any war that has some sort of unfair power differential between like a established country that's picking on a vulnerable country or whatever. You can apply it to all of those conflicts. And so of course
if you watch this, if this movie came out in 2004, we could have easily have viewed that as, because I love that quote, that thing you just introduced me to with allegory versus applicability, because this could easily also just been like us invading the Middle East. Like there's a lot, and that scene with Lois and Clark doing that interview in the beginning, something I find funny about people who just love to live in their extremes and like, no, I'm right. This movie isn't a smart movie. It's a fun movie. So it's like very fucking point blank clear about why Superman does what he does. He literally yells it at us and Lois. People were going to die. And honestly, beyond everything, just beyond fandom, beyond all aspects of who I am and all my years of loving this shit, when I first saw Superman the Animated Series by Bruce Timm, that was my introduction, right? That's the fucking vibe of the guy I saw in the cartoon. Go back to Super Friends. It's a way more campy version of that, but that's kind of the fucking vibe, right? The best vibe of Superman is, because also the fucking truth, justice, the American way, you know, and all these things come later and later, and even the originals, it's all so vague. And like you said, like it can be so emotionally relevant to so many things in life because it's a story, it's a myth. It's just like,
right. So saying that the movie is not about Israel, it doesn't mean that it doesn't apply to Israel.
No, exactly.
Of course, obviously it can apply. Exactly. Obviously, that's like, what am I saying? That's like the very first obvious impression, but that doesn't mean that that's what it's specifically about. For one thing, James Gunn's even said he wrote it before October 7th.
Yeah.
And actually the news cycle at the time was much more about Ukraine. So when I see specific things in the movie, it seems to me like he was thinking more about Ukraine, but it's not about Ukraine either. It's the idea is that you can apply, of course you can apply it to Israel, but if you think that it only applies to Israel and it's literally Israel, that to me is not only, that's what I think I say this in the video, not only is that shows that you don't know how to understand art, but it also shows that you have a really kind of scary focus in your worldview, is that you think that Israel is the only place in the world where this kind of conflict is happening. And of course, there's conflicts like that all over the world all the time. And that's what's really weird and scary to me about a lot of the commentary I see on the Israel thing, is that people, you know, this is the one that somehow is like popped through their TikTok or their Instagram. And so this is the one that's the only one that they know about. And it's the only one that they think matters because it's the one that they see all the time. And that's fucking scary that people have such a limited view that they think this is the only place in the world where something like that is happening. And they think it's like unique.
The movie is like, again, like I said, it's not a smart movie, but it's a fun, effective movie. And James Gunn is a solid, like he knows how to tell a story. So if you introduce an element like that, in the Superman element of him entering a war zone, Lois is a great character to be like, well, I don't trust anybody stuff, but also being like, yeah, but there's like, are you going to do that all the time somewhere else if that happens? And him giving the perfect answer. I don't know. Maybe, probably, if someone's going to die. Like, what do you want from me? I think the thing that made me, because honestly, the only thing I really don't like in the Superman movie is the clone stuff. I really just was like, oh, man. Because my buddy and I who saw it love Logan, except the clone bit at the end. So we were like, Jesus Christ, Logan again? But that shit with Superman just being like, yeah, maybe. I probably would. I'm not trying to be an asshole, but like, I'm going to stop it. Like, it's almost like for the Snyder Bros who get mad at this movie, and then for the people who are so like, well, Superman's a boring character. What do you even do with him? It's like, this is what you do with him. There's no such thing as a boring character who has a moral conundrum. Like, really, like, if you almost did a fusion of Man of Steel and this Superman movie, you could have had a really powerful story where if like Zack Snyder had treated Superman and Pa Kent as these loving people that like, yeah, I acted because someone was going to die and I can't allow that. And then you introduce a Zod, because I liked the Zod thing about being like, hey man, I literally am going to cause the Holocaust on the entire planet if you don't kill me. Then you really actually have Superman being like, the whole point is like, I don't want anyone to die. But that's fixing Man of Steel. That's looking at what Gunn did so well, in my opinion, with the Superman movie, in that scene of just being like, yep, that's how you make him not boring.
That's what I'm talking about, is the very broad lessons, which is, you know, those are good lessons. It's a good thing that Superman is, you know, I don't care. People are dying, so I save them. Well, you know, okay, that's a good value. That's like the entry level. But then you eventually you develop moral complexity, which is like, okay, you saved those people that were right there in front of you, but the geopolitical consequences of what you just did could actually kill many more people. You have to be able to think in these bigger terms. That was like, I had somebody that was getting mad at me about in my Fantastic Four video that I was talking about their decision that they wouldn't turn over Franklin to Galactus. And like, I get it in a superhero story, obviously the superheroes are never going to turn over their baby to the bad guy. They'll find a solution. But I was talking about the way that the movie treats it. They treat it in too literal of a way, and it starts to raise these ethical questions. In the real world, if you're refusing to give over your one baby to save 8 billion people, then you're actually a monster. You're killing 8 billion people, and that's not heroic. It's not good. And I got somebody was mad at me because I said something in the video to the effect of like, even just the property damage of Galactus knocking over Manhattan, is that really a fair trade to save the life of one person? And somebody got like, oh, I don't think killing a baby to avoid property damage makes you look like a good person. But that's not, you have to think in like, okay, when Galactus is marching through the city, how many hospitals did he destroy? How many schools did he destroy? How many people lost their jobs? How many, there's, it's not just buildings that he's destroying the infrastructure of a whole city. And so how many people are going to lose their livelihood or die because of what he did? Because he destroyed a hospital or he destroyed their home. They end up sick people that have no place to go.
I haven't seen the movie, but I've watched a lot of reviews on it. So the thing I found interesting about that take, though, about like, oh, give up the son or it dies, I do like the line that Sue Storm, again, I haven't seen it, I've just heard people's comments about it and like summarize it, but when she goes like, I can't sacrifice my baby, but I'm also not going to sacrifice you. On it, I actually I like that at the least, because I mean, for me, like I said, like the moral conundrum, like to me, that's like a really solid staple of this superhero genre, superhero storytelling. Because if they're supposed to be these morality plays, well, that's an interesting morality play. What are you going to do? But the movie, I don't know how anything plays out, but just to bring that line into the context of this, I thought that was a cool line and take on it.
Yeah, but in the actual movie, there's no like wrestling with a conundrum. There's just like, well, obviously Galactus can't have Franklin, so I guess everybody, if we can't find another solution, I guess they have no alternate plan. There's just like, I guess you all have to die for Franklin. And the Fantastic Four, like they have their spaceship, they can just leave the planet. 8 billion other people are fucked, but the Fantastic Four, they can just take off with Franklin. And so it's like, really, this fucking Franklin you think is more important than it's like I was talking about, just the levels of realism.
That people do like to go back to like kind of maybe being like more pretentious about this. There is that irony of the superhero tale then for like a lot of people who live in certain extremes, who think that like, oh, a billionaire or the super famous person will save us, and then it's like, yeah, no, they'd probably like have a bunker or a ship to get out of here before they ever like took you on board.
Well, yeah, if Galactus does come and he is gonna kill everybody because they won't give him Franklin, well, the Fantastic Four of the spaceship, it's got like 6 seats in it. Are they gonna just stay on the planet and die with everybody? No, they're gonna leave. So
it's really funny to me that the like from the people I know who liked the Fantastic Four movie, they all like it, and the whole thing for them is like, it's just like, I wish that it wasn't going to connect to anything else. I find that really interesting right now, that a lot of people are really tired of that I've been talking.
Oh, well, it already does have there's a spoilers, everybody.
Robert Downey Jr. is in the last scene. He's giving a mask to Franklin.
Yeah, he's in the mid-credit scene. Now we have a mid-credit scene and a post-credit scene and a.
Don't give me balloons for that. I'm not celebrating that. I don't know why my computer just did that.
Where did the balloons come from?
I don't. Oh, did you not see?
I know. I saw the balloons. Did you give yourself balloons?
It was like sitting like this.
Can people give balloons to people, or was that from your computer?
It was just from me. Yeah, I don't know. I have a new computer, so it probably is.
You just have a Make Me Fabulous app that just sort of.
Yes.
I want to.
I'm being a bitch about superheroes. Make me look better.
Is it gonna like give you like anime girl sparkles all over you?
I just look like a hentai character all of a sudden.
Yeah, I got to figure out how to do that because I'm doing a video making.
Oh, Young John Doe, by the way, I love your icon, Sam and Max. That's good shit.
Oh, I just put this up there, yeah, because there's a. I can't keep up with every comment and also pay attention to what we're talking about, but from what I'm reading, there's we've got parallel Israel-Palestine debates and also Snyder Bro debates going on in the comments, so that's fun. That was the video I managed to. I didn't really do it intentionally, but the same video I managed to kick 2 hornets' nests with the Israel thing and also the Snyder Bro thing. It was funny though. I had more initially. Now it's more Snyder Bros, but I had more Israel-Palestine people that were upset at me about the video, and I was like, I thought that was really interesting because in my video, I went out of my way not to give my opinion on Israel and not to give my opinion on the war, because the point I was making wasn't about the war. The point I was making was about people misinterpreting the movie.
Yeah.
But it shows that people are just sort of, they're primed to get pissed off at you, because even without giving my opinion, I immediately had all these and that was why I didn't want to get into my opinion, because I knew that there are people that are just primed to get all and I didn't even have to give my opinion. Just the fact that I mentioned Israel, there's this type of person that's immediately going to have their panties in a twist in the comment section. Like the second, you just say the word. And it's so funny because they're fighting with stuff that I never actually said, but they're just, they want to get mad. So they put words in my mouth and then get mad at those words,
Well, if you interpret a movie, you're probably going to misinterpret life.
Yeah. If you're struggling, that's why I've said this, if you're struggling to understand children's films, then yeah, you're going to struggle to understand a lot of things. Where was it? I had this one guy, I really liked this comment. It was like, Rick seems to disregard the ongoing situation in West Asia since the 7th October 2023. How the fuck do you get that from anything that I said in the video, that I disregard the situation?
Also,
it's so Looney Tunes.
Why, if again, we live in such a fucked up world that not dismissing anything that's happening in Palestine or Gaza, because it's a fucking nightmare. It's an atrocity. There's a lot of atrocities that happen so much on this planet that it's very fucked up, that I don't know if... I think art is very important, but I truly also don't believe it's gonna fix where we're at. True art can be a reflection and an expression of these things. Other things are just mere entertainment. So how the hell are us talking on a podcast stream about Superman and comics and this art form we love and our fandom? Even if we say the right things that people want to hear, it does not... It's actually kind of... I don't know how to explain it because it's going to totally come out wrong, but it's just I don't want to it seems offensive to people who are actually suffering through this to make
exceptionally offensive.
Yeah.
I'll just do that. Yeah, this guy, he kept calling it, for some reason, he kept calling it West Asia. So thank you for Snowflyer97 for making him fun of him, because I did think that was funny. That's kind of what I was trying to get in the video, is that it's really the fact that this corporate product, this Superman movie, that's a toy commercial, but that this is, for a lot of people, this is to them, this is political discourse, because that's the level they're operating on. It's, Superman's teaching these very general lessons, stick up for the weak and powerless, but to them, the level they're operating on, that's political discourse to them. That's oh yes, this is, look at all this meaningful commentary I'm watching. It's because you've got the fucking brain of a 12-year-old if you think that this is a really deep commentary on the situation. It's the broadest possible message, which is just be nice to people.
Yeah,
that's the whole message.
I was totally thinking about Israel and Palestine as I was watching this movie. I don't think it's a bad thing. But also at the end of the day, I'm there was a part of me, I was it's a little fucked up that I'm watching this, because this isn't going to happen in real life. And what's happening in real life right now is the worst possible situation to some children. So this is a little weird, but then also at the same time, I'm like, well, this actually is effective escapism if like my mind's going to go to this. But again, in 10 years, I'm sure an audience can watch that scene and apply it to some other place that's with some other atrocity happening on this planet.
Yeah, obviously current events are going to come to mind, but
Yeah.
that's it's just so reductive to think that that's the only situation that's like that.
Yeah,
And
yeah, totally.
it's just so.
It's also in your video as I watch it. It's like, yeah, you brought up that aspect of it, but it's like it was such a small portion of your video, and like some of the like this comment going into, are you conflating it with like you didn't like I didn't.
This is the same guy. This comment and the last comment, and I screen get because he said this on my video, and then there's whole other issues. There's this other guy that like on his YouTube channel, he felt the need to disavow me and post like a big post about me and what a bad person I am and everything. And he had all of his little teenage minions over there like talking about how Rick Worley is a bad person. But I just thought it was funny because the same guy left the comment on my video, and then he also went over there and left it. So he obviously thought this was like, some insight that he really had to make. But he says, I'm taking the situation in Palestine so lightly, as you do, is at least cruel. I'm just like,
I wonder if this commenter gave up their job and position in life to join an underground force to help these people.
Yeah, well, I mean, he doesn't take it lightly. I take it lightly, but this guy takes it this guy takes it so seriously that he's making comments about me on like 3 different internet forums, because that's just what a serious person Spartacus 8377 is.
You're going to get me in trouble, Rick.
So, I mean,
Kickstarter next week.
I should say, by the way, anytime my views are not representative of the views of my guests. Anytime that Frank disagrees with me, you're free to say so. You can tell me that I'm a horrible.
I mean, one of the things
pro genocide or whatever this person thinks.
I mean, one of the most fun things I'm like, oh, Rick invited me to do the podcast was I was like, because there's so many things I agree with you on, and then other things where I'm like, ooh, I can't wait to disagree with Rick on something because I have the energy that you do when you're like passionate, and then also like the bit we had with Alan Moore a little earlier on Watchmen, I was like, oh, I can't wait, I got something to disagree with because I'm like, hopefully we just make it a fun conversation then, something cool.
That's how like functional adults act. They can disagree with each other. People have this really weird idea. I was seeing it all over this other person that made the post about me. That it's this really weird thing that like if you disagree with Rick on one issue, then you have to like disavow his entire. Like I can't have a good Star Wars take if you don't also like every other take that I like.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's this weird thing. Like if somebody says, if they don't like what you say on one topic, then your entire being has to be thrown in the trash. They can't agree with you here and disagree with you there. You have to either agree with them on every single thing that they've ever said, or you're literally a Nazi. And there's no like they don't have any. They've got those 2 options. There's no third option.
I have also been in the position of like really liking artists that like definitely disappoint the public. And then I'm with them longer than other people. And then there's a moment where maybe the artist continues to do something or they do say something that I'm like, oh my God, shut the fuck up. But also, that doesn't mean I have to burn everything I own to them. It just literally probably means it's like, well, if you're going to make a new thing, I'm probably just not going to give you my money in time.
Well, it's crazy. It's a really crazy thing. I mean, without getting into my J.K. Rowling video, because that's another one. But it's just the point of the video, aside from her views on whatever subject, the point I was trying to make was it's so crazy to think that just because you like her books that you're supposed to also agree with her on everything that she ever says for the rest of her life. It's like one has nothing to do with the other. There's a million artists that they made something that's one of my favorite books, favorite movies ever, and then 10 years later they say something that I think is horrific. Okay, so what? That doesn't cancel out. It doesn't mean they didn't write the book that I like.
And since we're talking about this live, I want to throw this into the ring because honestly, I don't hear this perspective at all when it comes to these conversations. That talking about like J.K. Rowling as an example of just like, okay, she's like a rich old bitch. Is a working class, if we're all supposed to be on the, especially when it comes to class, at least in LA, right? I live by a lot of people who talk about this stuff, ironically, who are also super rich. But if we want class solidarity and all these things, why are we gonna make enemies out of like our fellow working class people? So like maybe someone who grew up, doesn't matter who they are, what they are, who they identify as. They were growing up poor in Pennsylvania, middle of nowhere, and they just really enjoyed Harry Potter. Their parents sucked, and just reading Harry Potter like got them through some hard times. They never were too online. They didn't give a fuck about J.K. Rowling. They just gave a fuck about Harry Potter. You know what I mean? And so then they became a functional adult, and they weren't reading Harry Potter anymore, or obsessed with the shows or all these kinds of things, right? And then, you know, one day they go online and they see like J.K. Rowling is a fucking psycho. They'll probably be like, oh, okay. But then to then be like, oh, I found out you read Harry Potter, so like, do I have to question who you are? And it's like, what? I have to defend myself just because like I read a book that got me through a hard time. And I don't even like Harry Potter. I read them when they were coming out, and I stopped reading the 5th one when it came out because it was long, and I was like, I was kind of a dumb kid. I love reading novels now, but I was like, after reading
not that long. It's not that long. You kind of sound like a dumb kid,
dude. That book. It's a long, boring book. It's like 600 pages of nothing happening. That 5th book.
Well, yeah, the 5th book's like 1,100 pages. But
if a book is like 400 plus pages and nothing happens, then that book is very long.
There's like magic wars and giants and
in the very beginning, and then the rest of it they're all sitting around talking.
Nothing happens. I'm not even defending the books. I'm just saying that because I'm not even that crazy. But I was a little bit too old for those books when they came out to have like a childhood association for me, like they do for a lot of people. But I'm just saying they're not really difficult books. They're pretty fucking easy to read.
Well,
that's all I'm saying.
I mean, I wasn't a dumb. I mean, I was also in AP English. I was like crushing like Moby Dick and East of Eden in like 8th grade. So to me, a long book. I mean, actually, I just a long book with nothing happening being boring to me is just a bad book. I've been reading Neil Stephenson lately, and I love his stories, but that asshole just puts in technobabble for like 80 fucking pages. And it makes his books bad. I just like skip 80 pages and then keep reading the plot. That's not a good book. You just made an 800-page manual, not a novel.
Good for you, young John Doe. Go read Harry Potter. Reading Harry Potter has nothing, absolutely zero to do with whether or not you agree with every online opinion J.K. Rowling has ever had. The two things are not the same. I think that's actually really important that people get over this childish fucking idea that they can only read somebody's art if they agree with everything that person ever said. You know, you should seek out art by people that you disagree with. You should want to hear from, and even that's not really even applicable in this case because Harry Potter, there's none of J.K. Rowling's political views in those books. There's some of her ideas, some of her moral philosophy, but there's no trans commentary in those books. Yeah. But I mean, even if there was, people should seek out books that they disagree with. You should engage with oppositional ideas, because if your ideas can't stand up to people that disagree with your ideas, then you don't have very good ideas.
Yeah,
you've got a bereft philosophy because it's not defensible. It should be able to stand up to reading people that think the exact opposite of what you think. Yeah, go read Harry Potter. You know, but
I should be. Francis Ford Coppola is a worthless piece of shit, but I've enjoyed a lot of his movies.
How is he a worthless piece of shit? Are you going to talk about Victor Salva? Is that it?
Yeah.
Victor Salva? Okay.
Should
we start on that tangent? But
no, only because I do have to go off in half an hour. I don't want the final thing we talk about to be that.
To be Victor Salva?
Yeah. That can be for the next time I'm on.
I'll just say you do not have to defend Victor Salva to defend Coppola. It's two separate things.
Oh no, what I don't like about what Coppola did that just makes me he pulled a Trump move where it's like, me think the lady doth protest too much. The fact that like Coppola did like fully fund that lawsuit for that guy, like, you know, paid for his lawyers and was like, we're making a movie, I don't give a fuck. Like, there's a lot of where I look at it where I'm like, well, you pulled in an unethical move, even if you're an artist. Very well, you're an artist. That's fine. You're an artist with a capital A and you make good shit. You also, for a fact, did something unethical. So I don't know what to tell you, buddy.
Well, he never defended what Victor Salva did. He said that Salva had a right to defend himself in court, which everybody has that right. He didn't say that what Salva did was good or it's you know.
He also threatened
great.
He also threatened to fire the kid victim when he was like, I don't want to be in a room with that guy anymore. And he was like, get the fuck in there or I'm going to ruin your career. And then paid for the director's lawyers. That's what I mean by the unethical stuff, where I'm just like, well, you really fucked up, dude.
Well, paying for the lawyer, I don't know how much of that story is true, that he threatened to fire the kid or that he even...
Oh, it's there's like documents that have been...
okay, we're gonna... That's
Megalopolis, I liked going to see Megalopolis. It felt like I was watching... Jack Kirby if he was a waspy version of himself, but Megalopolis is, talk about a childish movie for childish infantile fantasies. That is the most childish, idiotic piece of shit I've ever seen in my... That is literally the definition of a rich kid who thinks talking fancy fixes homelessness. But that being said, I also enjoyed the weird fucking ride because I was like, yeah, I haven't seen stuff like this before except in like a Jack Kirby comic. So, all right, cool. That part with the lady singing and then she's like not a virgin, like that's funny. There's great ideas in it, but it's... well,
Megalopolis is a masterpiece. It was my best movie of the year. It's probably the best movie of the decade. So we're going to agree to disagree on that one.
Best movie of the decade.
It's up there.
It has one of the worst endings I've ever seen. There isn't an ending. The movie...
No, we shouldn't start on this. I'd rather talk about Victor Salva.
The movie's a superhero movie that's kidding itself into not being a superhero movie. And then it's like I said, it's a rich kid thinking reading a poem is going to like solve problems.
Go see Megalopolis.
You should watch it. You should see it.
You know, like Frank said himself, he's kind of stupid. So you should go see Megalopolis. That was a joke, Frank. I'm joking.
It's okay. I mean, I'm a little bit stupid, but I'm also pretty smart in other ways. And
I don't actually think you're stupid. I think that you're drastically wrong about Megalopolis.
No, I mean, here's the thing. I defend Megalopolis, but I also am like, it's not worthless, but it's a vanity piece of shit, no doubt. I'm fine with watching that, but it's just like, it's like watching Elon Musk shoot a rocket into space to be like, word. Okay. Like, that's cool. You did that. You had the money to do it.
Because he's rich and paid for it himself, then that means that it's not what? How does that affect its validity as art? If Elon Musk's validity is... Did you ever hear that song that Elon Musk recorded? He like did some dubstep song that he made on his computer himself in 5 minutes. It's the worst piece of shit that you've ever heard in the history of recorded sound.
I have to listen to that because that's probably hilariously bad.
It was like the worst 4 minutes of my life. I don't even remember what it was called. Like it was called like Trust Your Vibe or something. It was like,
that's horrible.
It's like you have to know that you're an awesome person and never question yourself and just know that you're better than everybody. Was kind of the... But I mean, the stupid messages aside from the point that he has absolutely no ability, but he has no ability in any of the things that he does. He buys into things that other people make, and then he takes credit for it because he bought the company.
No, Coppola at least makes the shit.
Right, Coppola is one of the greatest filmmakers of all time. So, the fact that he paid for it himself, that just means that studios don't want to pay for anything good.
Yeah. No, I mean, I loved that aspect. Like, again, I loved that aspect of Megalopolis. Like, there's so many things I thought was cool about it and I wanted to see, and there's so much I did like about it. I like that he's going to do the weird cut, because I'll watch it. I am going to watch it. But I just, for me, I'm like, it's kind of like Beau is Afraid. I really enjoy Beau is Afraid, but I also don't think it's a good movie.
It's a masterpiece, Beau is Afraid. Well, I don't know what you mean by good movie when you're saying that these things aren't.
The beginning of that movie and the end are. The middle is still really good, but I understand why it makes people drop off.
I think the conventional wisdom with the critics of that movie is what I see most of them say is that the last third is bad, which I don't agree with.
I don't think the last third is bad at all. I love the last third. That whole stuff with his mother and the weird monster, Parker Posey dying in bed with it. I mean, that stuff is awesome. That's where it's like, I don't understand the critique or the criticism of that part. I can comprehend, not that I necessarily agree with the criticism of the middle portion. I comprehend it. I didn't mind it. I was into the first third of the movie had me so sold and sucked in. I was totally willing to go on whatever journey Ari was going to take me on. But then leaving it, being like, I can totally see why someone would be like, what is happening? Have you seen Eddington? I haven't seen it yet, but I'm going to see it.
I haven't seen Eddington yet, no. So Sucker Punch is...
I tried watching it. I rented it, and I couldn't fit.
It's amazing to me that like an adult person could release that movie and put his name on it and not be ashamed. Like the fact that Zack Snyder could like sit there and watch that movie and think like, yes, this is a good movie that I'd like to release with my name on it. That's just kind of amazing to me.
Did it do well financially, or no? And is that why it didn't do
I don't think it did well. I don't think. I mean, well, it depends on if you're talking about real box office or if you're doing Snyder Bro math. Because they always manage to find a way that all of his movies are smashing huge successes. It's like for the first 2 weeks of the new Superman movie, they were talking about. They kept posting that Man of Steel made more money in 2012, and they kept bragging about that for weeks. And then about 2 days ago, the new movie passed the domestic box office of Man of Steel. And so suddenly I started seeing all these Snyder Bro posts of like, oh yeah, they say it's a success just because it beat a 12-year-old movie. For 2 weeks, you were just saying it was a failure because it lost to the 12-year-old movie. Their position, it was hilarious. In 24 hours, their position just. I saw a bunch of accounts there where they were like, well, technically, Man of Steel was a solo Superman movie, and the new Superman is a team. It's a team movie because there's other superheroes. So therefore, technically, Man of Steel is still a higher grossing solo Superman movie.
These are the same people who are probably like, okay, even if Trump's on the Epstein list, like what of it? What of it?
Well, they're
campaigning, the whole time being like, yeah, show us the list.
They're the people that are. That never happened, and then you show them that it happened, and they're like, "Okay, well, it's good that it happened." And then you show them that it's not good. You show them that it's actually not good that it happened, and they're like, "Well, so why are you still talking about it?" And then that's their third position. It's always like the 1, 2, 3 punch with the moron.
Yes. But it's kind of funny because saying that, going back to what you were saying about like it's kind of important to engage with things you don't necessarily agree with. It's kind of like to understand, to have a better argument or like have a better sense of place when you come into certain conversations. Those people who have that pattern, it's like, you kind of have to almost engage with them for a second to understand that pattern, right? Where it's like, I grew up very religious and then I fell away from it. And then when I went to art school, I met a lot of liberal arts kids who completely had no faith anymore, or atheist, thought I was a fool for even having once thought of it, blah, blah, blah. And yet they all had these very dogmatic Christian style rules about like what we could draw or talk about or engage in. And they all sounded like Catholic moms to me. And I was like,
well, you do have to understand the that's what social media is so bad for, because you don't have the context. You just have the one comment, but you don't have the context of what that person, the place that person's coming from. And it's a lot of times I'll see people say, whatever their opinion is, this movie is bad, and then at first you think like, well, that's crazy, they're talking about a masterpiece, or whatever it is. But then you if you start to learn about that person, you realize like, oh, or they'll say that the color grading is bad, like we were talking about earlier, and then you have to understand the context of that person's frame of reference to understand what they mean when they say the color grading is bad. You can go to their profile and find out, oh, this person is like a professional. He does color grading professionally, and he's got a lot of knowledge. Or you could go to their profile and you can figure out, this person literally doesn't know what the word color grading means. Like he honestly, he doesn't know what he doesn't know what these words mean. But in social media, it's all totally
that embarrassment, because one of the things, like I said, like we made fun of me for being stupider, and I am still very stupid. No doubt, I didn't take it, because I am. But for the most part, I'm very grateful. The kind of personality I have, at least, without sounding egotistical, just in terms of being like, I'm glad there are moments in my life that I've been embarrassed by like certain takes or taste I've had, whether that's political, social, art-wise, whatever, and having good people in who are like great to talk to, or having conversations like this with other fellow artists and peers, where it's like being able to, some people you can't change their minds. I get that, but like a lot of people who are just hopefully flexible and just live interesting lives and want to learn stuff. It's like, oh, I can like come at it this way. So like one of the things I love about when I started expanding my taste and seeing more movies and like having a more pretentious take on things is then like when I go to make my comic Constantino, it's full of penises and drunk guys fighting. How do I take a shot from La Haine and put it into Constantino? Because I love the way that movie looks, kind of thing, So it's just like, and that's why I love then getting the context of like, even though I kind of think Megalopolis sucks, I also loved watching it, and then I love talking about it with people who liked it. I love talking, because I love disagreeing with them when they say they liked it, but then I love talking with the people who were like, oh, it was a fucking, like they have nothing good to say about it, because then I'm like, well, you're wrong. There's so many good things in that movie.
Well, that's I'm sure I come off as abrasive at times, and it's I'm always operating from the position that I hope that the people I'm talking to understand that you're totally allowed to disagree with me. You can think whatever you want to think about Megalopolis, and it's just, I'm not going to, if I have the total opposite opinion, I'm not going to water down my opinion to meet you in the middle. I'm going to say I think that you're completely fucking wrong about everything you just said, but a lot of people, it's like they have this need that like, oh, we have to reconcile, or else we can't talk unless we both think the same thing. And it's like, no, I'm saying that you're totally fucking wrong. But when I say that, I don't mean that you're still allowed you're allowed to think what I think, and I'm allowed to think the exact opposite, and that's how it should work. Yeah. That's like the healthy thing. A lot of people, they kind of feel, and social media does this too, is you kind of feel like this pull that like you have to sort of somehow reconcile the two, because you're not allowed, because it's like I said before, it's either like the person agrees with me or the person's a Nazi, and people don't have this thing of like, oh, this person, we have complete opposite opinions on X, Y, and Z, but they're also an intelligent person and we disagree, and we just coexist. We have opposite coexisting things, and that's fine. That's the real world. But social media is not the real world. Social media is like either or. And it's like if somebody doesn't, fall in line, and then you put the Nazi label on them and you block them and you badmouth them to all your friends, and and it's just so like deeply so unhealthy.
It's artistic cannibalism, and I know a lot of my friends are like, well, they hate this about me, but I think, what the fuck happened to artistic debate? Like, there are people. One of the things I hate about working in animation is some of the hyper fans, whether it's Fantasy Superhero takes me very.
I just got this person did. I don't know what ISK means. What kind? I'm not familiar. What kind of money is that? I don't know where this person's from.
But damn, they just threw you a lot.
Well, I don't know if 3,000 ISK is a lot or not. But anyway, they did a thank you for the super chat. They did the super chat just to tell me that I'm wrong. So
Hey,
some people just want to tell me that I'm wrong so badly they'll pay money to get it up on the screen. So
but shit, I mean, but that's what I was talking about, like artistic debate. I mean, there are people I see on Twitter where I'm like, God, you're just like you're literally saying the same things I saw on blogs in 2008, and some of these series have even been proved right. Like I actually like want to debate them in real life on videos to be like, even if I don't change your mind, like this is what our industry, this is what the art world needs. We need like debates where I'm not going to hate you or shit talk you, blah, blah, but be like, well, you're wrong, and this is why I think that, and like I want to have an engaging conversation. And I mean, I agree with you on more stuff than I disagree with you on, and then even just those things I disagree with you on, it's more so it's like, oh, Rick's abrasive and so am I. So this is a great personality.
Yeah, that's fine that they're, you know, I don't mind people disagreeing with me. You know, whenever you block somebody on social media, they always like, oh, you know, this they brag about it, and they're like, oh, this coward couldn't debate me. If you look at who I follow on social media and stuff, you'll see I follow people all across the political spectrum, and I follow all kinds of people that I vehemently disagree with, but I follow people that I think are intelligent and interesting. The reason that I block somebody is not because I disagree with them, it's because I disagree with them, and I also think that they're too stupid to have a productive conversation about it. If I think that they're actually able to engage, then, you know, I think lots of people I disagree with are very interesting. You know,
that's why sometimes when I get into my online, definitely arguments, I try not to anymore. But even just like engaging in certain things online, I am embarrassed in hindsight on some things, or just being like, it's social media, no one knows. Like, I hope I didn't come off like a psycho or this or that, because like sometimes I am really interested in what people have to say, even if I don't agree with it. But I'm like, oh, you posted this, so I'm going to try to engage with you. Real quickly, I address this the super chat.
Oh yeah, I want to answer his. I want to answer his super chat.
I mean, I definitely agree with by the way, as an animator, love it, the Animation Unlimited tag on your thing, but username. I at least from the conversations I've had with Rick, and correct me if I'm wrong, Rick, I don't think you've ever said or felt that like Moore and Miller, you know, like especially Millar. I don't know. I've never heard you really talk good things about Mark Millar, but like Moore, like that was the first deep person.
I think they mean Frank Miller. Miller,
gotcha.
not Mark Miller.
Gotcha.
I would assume because they're talking about the 80s shots, so that would be Mark Miller.
Like obviously with Kirby and other people, we had those deep things. It's just like, you know, I was thinking about this when we were talking about Watchmen a little earlier ago too, where it's like, one of the interesting things was when it like took its like concept serious and stuff like that. It's that like the whole, like usual with mass media and business, they took the wrong lessons out of something, right? So it's like, to me, what Moore and Miller were doing, they weren't the first people to do that, because fucking Love and Rockets was around. You'd be ignoring all of the underground comic scene to say that they were the first ones, and I know you certainly don't ignore that scene or the history of our medium. But in that 80s, it's like, by the time the 80s happened, that generation of like, if you were a real artist like a Miller or a Moore, you probably were totally done. You have a fondness and nostalgia for superheroes, and probably even more so the artistic respect of the men and women who created them, comprehending how it was created, the line work, the inking. How do we create this? That by the time you're probably in your mid-20s and you've already been doing this so long, you're like, yes, I'd like to tell a more mature story. I want to take this medium in America beyond just a dark superhero story. That's why it's like, the Dark Knight works and everything like that, but it's just like, he just like, that's why he did Sin City afterwards.
Well, talking about the difference between like satire and like sending something up like in a comedic way, I mean, I think a lot of people's takeaway from Miller's Dark Knight, the first one, the one in '85, is they took that as making Batman very serious. I mean, it was more violent, it was more adult audience directed, but that one is also a flat out parody at times. I mean, there's straight up comedy in that book. A lot of the political stuff and the Reagan bits, and I think that's something that I think that's why people were kind of shocked by a lot of the later Frank Miller Batman stuff, because they're like, why is this so funny? Because they took Dark Knight so seriously, but he's always been doing satire. Like, I don't know if did you read Golden Child?
Yeah, unreadable.
I love Golden Child. I think that's the only good Batman story that's been done in 10 years.
I recently tried rereading Master Race as well, and that book is a piece of shit.
Well, he didn't write Well, he sort of co-wrote Master Race, but
yeah, but it's still bad. It's still bad. The thing is, I mean, you will disagree. Maybe it's because I'm viewing the word wrong, but like, yeah, there is parody and satire in The Dark Knight, but again, I think it's just. This is my own opinion. I do think it is a little bit of old heads having their cake and eating it too, to be like, you fucking idiots. It was funny. It wasn't serious because you fucking read Dark Knight, and again, I'm
not that there's nothing serious in it, and not that the entire thing is a joke, but that there was definite pure comedy in there.
There's pure comedy,
the Reagan scenes and stuff like that.
Well, here's the thing then. I've been getting into some online debates with people too. Mainly because it's like, if we're going to have these serious conversations about it, you do have to be more clear in that. Where it's like, if we're talking about him taking the medium serious, parody can be done in a serious thing. Comedy can be done in a serious thing. But then you got to take that comedy serious. This isn't the comedy, the broad, idiotic, moronic comedy of Marvel. Quippy line, this and that. Or even like a fart joke in Dark Knight. There are laugh out loud moments in Dark Knight, but it's like when you watch a good horror movie, it's like that gallows humor or like a really funny, alleviating moment. Mad Men's an amazing show that can make you laugh out loud, but that doesn't mean it's like this broad comedy. It just has these comedic moments that are, the show is so serious that when the comedy comes in, it's done with a purpose. So you know that is really funny and good. And he took it serious in weaving a yarn, designing the books as 4 pieces, Act 1, 2, 3, 4. Master Race and Golden Child, and even The Dark Knight Strikes Back, they do not have that structure. The seriousness is gone. And for him then just to be like, well, it never was. It was always comedic. It's like, sorry, you did lose the sauce. For the Batman shit he was doing. And fine, it's Batman. I do love it when he draws it, though. That Dark Knight Noir, or Strikes Back Noir that they publish is amazing. I loved the Master Race mini comics he drew.
I have to tell everybody once again to ignore Frank's ravings because Golden Child is a masterpiece. I love Golden Child. It's my favorite Batman comic since Grant Morrison stopped writing it. Because that's the only time. Oh, by the way, this person, I was going to say thanks because they explained that.
Nice.
Icelandic krona, which I did not know, and it's like $25, which is very nice. So thank you to Animation Unlimited, who he also clarified that he was talking about Miller, so we were talking about the right thing. I think Golden Child, because Batman has become so fucking neutered over the DC. The reason that people still harp on about the stuff from the 80s, by the way, to the original super chat. I never said that was the first time that there were serious or political superhero stories. But the reason that people still harp on about that stuff from the 80s is because DC and Marvel can never make those comic books today. They couldn't do Watchmen or Dark Knight because they wouldn't have the nerve to make it today because they're too much money. They're too beholden to their corporate overlords at Disney and WB. The reason that those kind of slip through the cracks at a transitional moment in the comic book industry when they didn't really know what they were going to do next. So that's why those are kind of special. I don't think they've ever been equaled again. That's why when superhero nerds, when they want to, I read adult books, they still go back to Watchmen, which is 40 years ago. It's like, so what do you read that's adult that it's not 40 years old? The reason I like Golden Child is because the only way that they would let somebody do something that crazy with Batman is if that person was Frank Miller. It has to. Frank Miller gets grandfathered in because he did Dark Knight 40 years ago. If some new up and coming person came to DC with the script for Golden Child today and gave that to DC, they'd be like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" They would never ever. The only person that could do that is Frank Miller. That's why I like Golden Child, because it's just balls to the wall, Silver Age, nutty.
Maybe I would like it more if he had drawn. I love Rafael Grampa's work, but
that's another problem. I do like Frank Miller better when Frank Miller draws it, but
Did you see that sequel to Ronin he did where he only drew he drew one issue and then they would include his layouts in like the back of some of them.
Well, I kind of feel like that's a problem with Master Race, is that Master Race doesn't look like a Dark Knight. It needs Frank Miller to draw it. But I kind of felt like with Raphael, you say his last name Grampa? Is that how you say it?
Grampa, I think, yeah.
Grampa? I wasn't sure. But to me, his art to me was compatible with Frank Miller's writing. I really there was a synergy there that I thought.
I could definitely
his art is really kind of goofy and exaggerated and very kind of Frank Miller talks about it being like Bigfoot cartooning with like, the proportions that are all over the place.
See, honestly, that's the thing where it's like I like funny Frank Miller, to go back to like you being like when he's like on with his comedy and stuff, because there are moments in Golden Child that did make me laugh out loud, because I like his
and All-Star Batman and Robin is fucking hilarious.
That one
you're gonna say that you hate it, I'm sure, but
that no, that one is like, even if he didn't mean it, that's another one where sometimes I'm like, were you trying to be funny or not? And even if he wasn't, it's one of those like, ooh, just the special sauce in it, where those kind of like Chuck Norris movies, you know what I mean? Where it's like, did they think they were making a good movie and it's hilarious because of that? Or did they know? Do we know? Because there's moments in All-Star Batman and Robin where I'm like laughing out loud, because I'm like, that's an insane thing to say in a Batman comic, and that's hilarious.
Well, it's funny, but it's also, he's doing what he's always done. I just think people didn't understand it as well in the beginning.
Well, they
didn't take it as far in the beginning.
I think it was him being paired up with Jim Lee.
Well, he's taking.
If you had done All-Star Batman and Robin with Raphael Grampa, do you not think that book would have hit completely different? And then in the historical context of things, we could really look at that, because I totally forgot, and you reminded me. Frank Miller, many times, especially in his later career, has talked about Bigfoot cartooning, and that's how I draw. I love that kind of cartooning. So Jim Lee, particularly for the fans of Jim Lee, they're expecting Dark Knight. They're expecting this like badass, it's going to be all these things, and then instead you get like Neil Adams' Odyssey style, right?
Well, I like Jim Lee. I think out of all those,
I like him too.
Like all those Image guys, I think that Jim Lee is definitely the best of that crowd.
Hush was the Batman comic that got me to read Batman comics when I was
young. I think that I don't like Hush, but I think that
Rick. Also, hey, heads up! Wait, I'm going to interrupt you real quick. Some of the stuff I say where you're like, "Well, I don't like," you also have to realize you're saying that to like a 12-year-old version of me.
That's fine. Like I said, because if you like it and I don't like it, it doesn't mean I'm telling you that you can't like it.
I'm not saying I like. I'm not saying I like Hush now, because I don't like Hush now. I agree, it's a really bad comic. But when I was young, because I like Jim Lee.
So back to what we were saying before. I think on All-Star Batman and Robin, there is a dissonance between what Jim Lee's drawing and what Frank Miller is writing. But I like Jim Lee, so I don't mind it, because I like what Jim Lee does. But there's definitely sort of a separation between what Frank Miller thought he was writing and what Jim Lee did to it. That there's definitely a dissonance in there. And I do think Raphael, Grump, I think works better with Frank Miller's art style for sure. I mean, with his writing style.
And I like Frank Miller being. Like leaning into the weirdness of that, like you said, like that Silver Age stuff of like making it a comic. Like I like that he's almost refused when he does go back to Batman stuff, that he refuses to do the version that like probably what the hardcore fans want, of like making like they want like the darker story from the Dark Knight. But so also, I also have a legit criticism of Frank Miller, though, doing this, and it's like, I respect the artist and I respect the move, so I'm going to follow it, but if I don't like it, I'll have criticisms of it. But if you are going to start something that is, for all intents and purposes, and especially how the fucking thing was marketed, and it's like a heavier, darker book, the last Batman story, and then you really lighten it up afterwards, like, you can't be shocked that the audience is divided. I do think, and it's different from the artist perspective, because you're probably dealing with so much different kinds of like fans and hate and love and all that kind of stuff. But it's also like, you can't act shocked when you pull that move.
Well, you can
And
never act shocked when the audience. You
What's
can
it?
never act shocked when the audience doesn't understand stuff, because most of the audience doesn't understand anything.
For sure, but more specifically, I'm talking about that tonal shift of if you're going to be like, well, now I'm just going to lead into absurdism, and if you were always like, just because you had two fat kids flying in the Dark Knight, doesn't mean it was always absurd. It's like, yeah, you have Superman in you're making a superhero comic.
What I was trying to say before is all-star Batman and Robin is doing. People thought that was the craziest thing ever, and he was doing the exact same thing that he was doing before, which is he wasn't making it crazier. He was leaning into the absurdity that's already inherent in the source material. And in this case, he's talking about the origin of Robin, and it's like, if you ever really think about that, the whole thing is so fucked up that this billionaire, these kids get murdered, and he's like, hey, you want to come fight crime with me and jump around on rooftops and put your life at risk every night, little 12-year-old gymnast boy. And so in that comment, people were like, this is like such a disgusting desecration of Batman, because he's like, he's making like he's making him eat rats and shit like this. But all Frank Miller's doing is he's not glossing over the reality of how sick the story already was. It's like, it already was this sick. He's just kind of showing you that it was like that.
And also, it's like, in a way, I also do believe, because that's when he was in full blown alcoholism and paying off a lot of debt. He probably, this is total assumption, but this is my canon for Frank Miller. He was going through either withdrawal or like major alcoholism and entertaining himself. And it's like, because that book feels dark in also many ways too, because it also feels like a response to, and this is my own little fan theory, it's like it feels like a response to, okay, you guys want you want me to do the Dark Knight again, you want me to do the fucked up Batman, well, here it is. This is that fucked up guy with Robin, kind of. I don't know, it felt like,
he was definitely entertaining himself. I think that's what any good artist is doing. I don't know the stages of his alcoholism. I know lots of artists have done great work when they're drug addicts and alcoholics. So,
no, I didn't mean for that to come off like I was holding that.
No, I mean, he was definitely having his personal issues all through that time, for sure. I think something that affected a lot of those books is,
he also made some great shit during that. I mean, I am a fan. Maybe I'm actually very curious about. I like Holy Terror.
Well, that's what I was just about to say, is that time, aside from the alcohol, or maybe the alcoholism was a result of the fact that he lived like half a mile away from the Twin Towers in 9/11. And he's been very open that whole thing just sincerely fucked him up for quite a while.
Yeah.
And
I don't hold that against him. The fact that people did, like, he's really bizarre to me. I mean, in hindsight now, we can view things with more facts that came out about 9/11, but no matter what, the fact that happened, especially if you were in New York, you're already a paranoid person. It's like, look at what COVID has done to people, and for very valid, good reasons. I mean, when major shit goes down, it can break us. We're very sensitive creatures. Our brains can only handle so much. The internet is obviously proving that. So I completely understand why he probably that fucked him up. And then Holy Terror as a result, and even reading it, I can understand maybe why very sensitive people were like, fuck this book. And definitely it wouldn't work. I don't think it'd be as an interesting piece of cartooning if it was a Batman comic. I'm glad it didn't end up being that. But when I read it, to me, I really felt like the political aspect of it was so much more aimed at politicians than anything else. Like the political cartooning, literally those caricatures of Hillary and Bush, and during that time, she was in that book a few times too. I was just like, man, I have never heard people talk about this aspect of the book. I've only heard all the other criticisms of it.
Well, now it is 8:04. I don't want you to.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Until we get started on the whole Holy Terror thing, you told me you had to leave at 8. Is that still true?
Unfortunately, I do, because the thing I can't talk about yet is getting announced probably sometime next week, and so I am putting. I still got a lot of things ahead to finish. But Rick, thank you for having me on again. And if your audience doesn't completely hate me, for whether it's to one of your new videos or whatever, we should figure out a video to talk about Megalopolis and Holy Terror.
Oh, you want to do a Megalopolis Holy Terror video? Okay.
Oh yeah, that sounds insane.
Holy Terror is one of those things that if you just throw out like a thumbs up, thumbs down, people assume all these things about your political opinions and everything. And it's a whole involved topic. So that's why I'm like, well, I don't know if it.
That's true. Maybe
we want to start on Holy
Terror. In my industry, maybe I don't actually want to do Holy Terror. All I can say is I was like, that book wasn't what I was expecting, and it's insane, and whatever. But maybe, then just doing a Megalopolis.
It's definitely worth talking about Holy Terror. But you know what, everybody, Frank did tell me before we started that he had to go at 8 o'clock. I'll stay on for a few minutes to answer, because some of you guys have been asking questions. So I'll stay on for a few minutes to answer other questions. But check out, if you don't know how to find Frank, I do tag him in my announcement for this on my Twitter. So if you guys follow me, just go to my Twitter. And Frank's going to be announcing stuff about his Kickstarter soon, so his comics and all that.
And so on Instagram, I'm Sad Boy Angry Man. That's where I post a lot of my art and stuff as well.
Yeah, so you can find all his social media, and if you already follow me on Twitter, it's right there. So, or if you follow me on X, if you're a dipshit and you want to call it X, Frank is on there. So, thank you very much for being a guest, Frank.
Hey, thank you for having me again.
We'll talk again soon. I don't know if we want to do a Megalopolis Smackdown, but we'll definitely talk about something.
I mean, it would be. I'm down to talk anything, but that would be very fun to talk with you about now, I think.
All right. Well, maybe we'll do Megalopolis is one of the videos that I might do in the future at some point. So if I do a Megalopolis video, maybe we'll talk about that. So okay. Well, good night, Frank. And then I'm going to stay on for a minute to answer the rest of the questions that people have been asking. So,
good night, everybody. Bye.
Good night, Frank. So, I'll get rid of that one. So this is weird. I've never been on here by myself. I always have a co-host because I feel like I'm just talking to myself. But there were a few other points that I wanted to address, and Frank told me that he had to go strictly at 8. So I always find Denny O'Neil to be the guy who made comic books more adult medium, for better or worse. Yeah, I think you mean superheroes when you say comic books, right? I think that, because before the 80s, before Alan Moore and Frank Miller, we still had all of Underground Comics and Arkham and all that. There've been a lot of adult comics. But yeah, I think that, sure, Denny O'Neil on Batman and that stuff, he was trying to make it a little bit more sophisticated. I think he was taking cues off of things that had been done in comics and other comics that weren't superhero comics, and he was trying to sort of bring superheroes up to that level, I think. You could also say that, I think before the 60s, DC was much more firmly aimed at kids. And then I think Stan Lee was trying to bring stuff up to more of a teenage level. Stan Lee really wanted the teenage audience. And so that's why you suddenly have all the, teenage superheroes, whereas before the teenagers were the sidekicks. And then I think, in the 70s, Denny O'Neil probably took it up other levels. That's sort of the general history of American superhero comics that I would give. I don't think that it was exclusively Alan Moore and Frank Miller came out of nowhere. Alan Moore also came out of British comics. There's a really good British comics were pretty different. A lot of them were still aimed at kids, but British comics were different, and Alan Moore wrote for a lot of those things before he came over to American comics. So he was kind of applying some of those sensibilities to American comics. So I don't think that they came out of nowhere. I think that there was an evolution up to that. And yeah, I have watched the 1940s Batman serials. I think those are fun. And I love the Adam West Batman TV show. I don't think that when I was a little kid, they still showed Adam West Batman on TV in the afternoon, syndicated. And that was probably my first Batman. Before I was allowed to read superhero comics, I watched the Adam West Batman. And I liked those. I always thought that those were, I think when I was a little kid, when I was like 6 or 7, I started watching. I don't think I had any clue that it was supposed to be funny. That was just Batman to me. And I just totally took it at face value, and I just liked it. I just liked that and was Batman. Frank is good chaos to Rick's mellow. Am I really that mellow? I think, okay, that's good if I'm mellow, because I think a lot of people, when people disagree with me, they make it out like I'm so abrasive and hostile, you know. And I always think of myself as being kind of chill, but a lot of people, if you disagree with them at all, then, you know, you're this. They exaggerate what you actually said and how you actually asked. So, Batman the Brave and the Bold, the cartoon. Yeah, I have seen some of those. Wasn't a big thing. A big thing for me, anyway. It was a little bit before my time. The spherical 16K version of Wizard of Oz is an atrocity. They're trying to do AI upscaled versions of the old movie and just completely mutilate it to make it. I think that the big sphere thing could be interesting, is like if they wanted to do the big, you know, 360 degree or, you know, giant spherical movie screen could be interesting, but you can't take something that wasn't designed for that and then just and not only try to upscale something that wasn't designed for that to a medium that it's not designed for, but then to also to a format that it's not designed for, but then also just you know, completely mutilate it to make it just have like this autopilot AI way of upscaling it, you know. I mean, you could thoughtfully do it where you made like a different Wizard of Oz movie where you did like animated backgrounds or something, but they're just doing this like the shittiest sort of AI version in the world of just like letting a computer just guess and make up a background that the background's totally inappropriate and just totally wrong for it, you know. It's an abomination. It's really, really disgusting. I think if they could, I don't know if any of you ever grew up with Disneyland back in the day. Back in the day, Disneyland used to have this thing called Circle Vision, which was you stood in the middle of a big circular room, and they had, I think they did it with like 4 or maybe more than 4, but they did it with movie cameras so that the movies went 360 degrees all the way around you. And they had like nature photography. Some of it was like aerial photography flying over mountains and stuff like that. And they had the movie projected 360 degrees. And that was really cool. You'd go in there and you would kind of get like a sense of vertigo. Sometimes you'd feel like you're floating, you know, because it would fill up your whole frame of vision. So your mind, you would start to get these really trippy physical reactions to it. I mean, that was almost like virtual reality or something. And this was like back in the 80s, you know. But, you know, so that was really cool. Like the spherical thing, the spherical movie screen, that could be a really cool experience. You just don't take something like Wizard of Oz that wasn't intended for that and then mutilate it. You know, that's shit. That's horrifying. My favorite movie of all time is Psycho, Alfred Hitchcock's Psycho. I guess I just gave away the ending of my video if I ever do my all-time greatest movies list, but that's always the one I go back to. I don't really know that, so I don't have a good take on that. See, the James Cameron's AI upscale of True Lies, Terminator, and Abyss, I would say that the same problems apply to it. No, not the same problems as the Wizard of Oz upscale, because they're totally changing it. They're not adding backgrounds that don't belong and stuff. But there is a thing of I think AI upscaling can go too far. I think because the movies were only made to have a certain amount of resolution. And if you go too far with it, the computer starts adding detail that's not there. The computer starts inventing stuff that's not supposed to be there. And, you know, there's a certain, we're already with Blu-ray, we're getting to the point where, you know, even with like 1080p Blu-ray, you know, well before 4K, we're getting to the point where stuff that in the original 35 millimeter projection, things that wouldn't have been visible on like a Blu-ray, they now suddenly are visible. And if it was intended that those things wouldn't be visible, then it's not good to make them visible if they aren't supposed to be. As far as James Cameron is upscale, that's the case of the original filmmakers doing it to his own creation. And so if that's what he wants, then that's his choice. I think he's doing something that in a lot of cases it ends up looking pretty ugly. But that would be a creator's rights issue, since it is the original creator, and he can do that if he wants. He's making something that, to me, I think looks uglier than the original in a lot of cases. But it's not horrendous. It's not like the Wizard of Oz thing, that something is just completely wrong. People complain about Megalopolis in the same way that people complain about Death Stranding 2. That I should give video games a real chance. You have to understand that I'm elderly. I was playing video games with 8-bit Nintendo, and it just kind of, they lost me somewhere around Nintendo 64. I like left, right, side scrolling. My thing with video games is that I don't want them to be challenging. I just want to sit there and enjoy it. So once it becomes too difficult, then I would, as a kid, I would just hand my controller to my brother, and I'd let my brother do the boss battle or whatever, because I didn't want to do the scene 30 times over before I would beat it. I wanted to just get to the next scene. So for me, I just kind of hit a barrier with video games when it got 3D, because it was just like a learning curve for me, and I didn't feel like fucking trying. It's not that I didn't feel like trying to understand the stories, it's that I didn't want to understand just the mechanics of the controllers, and it was too many buttons on the controllers. And so it just kind of lost me, because the interactive element of it wasn't the interesting part for me. When I watch art, I like to view something. I don't like to have to be figuring out which buttons I need to press next on a controller, That's just not really how I interact with art. So I don't know, that's the whole... I have plenty of video game people in my life that have tried to get me to appreciate video games for a long time, and that's just kind of the wall that I hit as far as my personal engagement with it. I'm trying to get through these questions and not make people wait forever, because I think people are probably getting sick of me here talking by myself now that I don't have a co-host. Are there any comics you would recommend for someone who has mostly read American superhero comics but wants to broaden their horizons? Yes, endless comics, anything but superhero comics. I mean, I was trying to look at my shelf of things that are within arm's reach, Anything by R. Crumb. I talked endlessly about R. Crumb on the last live stream. If you've never read R. Crumb and you want to get into him, this is a good place to start. This is just a good collection of sort of his more ambitious, mature stories. It's not like the hippie stuff that he did in the 60s. It's not the psychedelic drug comics. But it's just the most beautiful illustrations you'll ever see. I read a lot of old horror comics. I've really been, speaking of early Alan Moore, I have this at hand, Scream magazine, this anthology. This is very much a children, it was aimed at kids, like 10-year-olds. British horror comics anthology in the UK, and I think the late 70s, maybe early 80s. But Alan Moore did a story in here, but they're also just, I love these kind of black and white illustrations, and just the stuff to me is just endlessly beautiful. If I had the time to finish more of the comics that I've written myself that I've never finished illustrating, I would love my comics. I've written a lot of horror comics, and they would look, they would have a kind of aesthetic like a, just Barry Wrightson and, Eerie magazine, creepy magazine, old 50s horror, EC horror comics. This is a fun anthology, like lots of black and white horrors, Web of Horror, Fantagraphics, put this out recently. But I love a lot of these black and white horror illustrations. Part of the reason that I was in love with, I don't know if you can hear me when I'm going off microphone. But part of the reason I was in love with comic book illustrations is I love the black and white line work, all the line illustration, and the colors are kind of, even when I was growing up, like in the 80s and 90s, I started reading like superhero comics in the 90s when I was like 9 years old. The colors that were in there, they were just barely starting to do digital colors, so the colors were very primitive. So a lot of the colors would be a meaningful or necessary accent, but you could really focus on the line art because the color art was very flat. And so a lot of the times the black and white comics to me look so much better than color comics because you can really see the line art. It just pops out, which is what I really love. Revenge of the Sith is my favorite Star Wars movie for sure. What do I think of Rogue One or Andor? Oh, golly. If you follow me on Twitter, you've probably heard me mouth off about Andor a few times. I've been thinking of doing. I've had a lot of people ask me about Andor because a lot of people that don't like Disney Star Wars are kind of like, okay, I don't like Disney Star Wars except for Andor. Andor is the good one. I would argue that Andor is terrible, but it's, like all of my videos, the reasons that I don't like it, it's complicated. It's an involved topic of what I think about Star Wars. So, I don't. If I give just a quick answer, people assume that they know the reason that I don't like it, and I think the reasons that I don't like it, it's not that simple. But people ask me a lot of times for Andor. I don't really want to do like a whole research video on it. So I've thought a lot about doing a live stream about Andor, and I want to call the live stream Andor is trash, just to piss people off, get those rage clicks. But I thought if I did a live stream, I could talk about why I don't like it. The problem to that has been a lot of the people that I've asked 2 or 3 people to be co-host, and the people that they don't actually want to sit through Andor. So I have to find somebody that hates Disney Star Wars as much as I do, but that will actually sit through 2 seasons of this show. But if I can find that person, then I might do a live stream where I bitch about Andor for 2 hours. So you guys, I don't know if anybody wants to see that, but it'll be there. You can always take it or leave it. Do I think I'll do any more rankings or tops video? I'm falling a little bit behind, guys, but I am going to stay here for a few minutes to try to answer questions, as long as everybody wants to answer questions. If people aren't bored of me talking without a co-host, but this is a chance now that I can interact with people and answer questions directly. So if I'm falling a little bit behind, I'm going to try to get to all the questions before I sign off. And yes, I do plan to do more ranking videos. I'd like to do a ranking video of Stanley Kubrick's movies is one that I'm doing. Charlie Chaplin's movies. I have so many videos that I've written, and it's just a matter of actually recording the video and editing all of it. But I've done Kubrick and Chaplin and Hitchcock and Woody Allen. I like doing them about directors that have a big filmography, because Hitchcock has like 55 movies or whatever it is, because that to me makes it more interesting than just like a normal glib 10-minute video. Because when I do the ranking videos, I want it to be an excuse to actually talk about the director in a meaningful way. And that's just my excuse, is the ranking format. It's just my way to sort of talk about each movie. The ranking isn't as important as just getting to talk about the director. So I'd really like to do Chaplin and Hitchcock and Kubrick for sure, and because I'd like to talk about their movies. So yeah, if you like those types of videos, those are all videos that I'm gonna do. I think they're those types of videos are very bottom of the barrel, but thank you. I try to make my ranking videos better. I've had people tell me that you shouldn't do the ranking videos because that's just dumb. Nobody cares about ranking videos. But like I said, the reason that I do them is because I want to have a meaningful discussion about the director. And like my Tim Burton video, I tried to make it different. I tried to actually review. Like when Beetlejuice came out, of course, every clickbait website had every Tim Burton movie ranked, and they just ranked like the 20 movies, and I wanted to actually talk about his whole career. So that's why I tried to, I ranked his commercials and I ranked his short films, and so I try to do something that's interesting. So hopefully when I do those, that's why they'll take a little bit more time, but hopefully they'll be good to watch, because I want to actually review like every single Hitchcock movie, including the silent movies, including the TV shows, including every single thing that Hitchcock did. Which, if you get into that, it's an involved topic, but I think it would make like a really good 3-hour video or something to really talk about Hitchcock. That would be fun. So yeah, that is something I want to do someday. Have you read any Daniel Clowes comics? Yes. Watch my video where I rank my favorite comic book movies, and I talk quite a bit about Daniel Clowes in that video. He wrote the comics that I think three of the movies in that video of my favorite comic book movies are based on Daniel Clowes comics. Thank you for the heartfelt response. This is giving me a lot of peace, right? That's very nice to hear. I appreciate. I always, I complain a lot about some of the obnoxious replies that I get, or the frustrating replies that I get, because there are a lot of, everybody knows there's a lot of very frustrating people on the internet. But the reason that I still read all the comments and everything, even though I get annoying replies, is that I do have a lot of people watching my videos that I think are very smart people and very interesting people. And so I like to connect with those people. And if I can make a meaningful connection with people, I think that's great. I've had people that I've ended up becoming good friends with, and I met them because they were sending me messages about my videos. So when I bitch about the annoying people, it's because there are always annoying people, and sometimes you want to sound off, but I really appreciate it when I have people that have meaningful connections, and the people that have nice things to say. I always really appreciate that, guys. So thank you. If I seem like I just bitch about the annoying people, it's not the only response that I have. Would I ever do videos about comics? Yes, I did a video about my favorite movies based on comic books, and a lot of that is talking about my thoughts on comic books. So go watch that. It's, I talk a lot about it. And I make comics. That's my thing. Is I'm a comic book illustrator and comic book writer. So I'm going to do lots more videos about comics. So if you think that's interesting at all when I talk about it, then yeah, there's going to be a lot. Have I ever read or watched Full Metal Alchemist? No, I have not. I think I might have read like the first volume, maybe at some point, but no. Like I've said before, I'm not against anime or manga. I'm not protesting on manga or ignoring it. I just don't feel like I'm an expert because I don't have enough exposure. So I don't do like my, greatest ever anime movies or greatest ever manga, because I just don't feel like I'm in a position to have like an educated opinion. I've read a lot of manga and I've watched a lot of anime, but it's not like, when I do, like I'm ranking every Tim Burton movie or something, that's because I've had like a lifelong interest in Tim Burton. And so I feel like I can actually say something that's worthwhile about Tim Burton. I don't like to sound off like that if I don't feel like I have like a certain level of knowledge about a topic, I know that's not the way that the internet works. I know a lot of people are eager to give you their opinion when they don't know anything about a subject. And I just, I feel like who wants to hear me talk about manga when I don't really know, I've read whatever, a bit of manga, but I don't think I'm an expert. My thoughts on Psycho 1998 are that I like Gus Van Sant very much. I think that Milk is an excellent movie. I think he's made several, especially like some of his earlier movies. His recent movies aren't all bad either. Paranoid Park is good. Elephant is good. Milk, I think, is a great movie. One of Sean Penn's greatest performances. Which I say as a preface to saying that I think his Psycho remake is absolute trash. I just think he shouldn't have done it. You just don't. It's Psycho. Hitchcock Psycho is maybe the most perfect movie ever made. You just don't screw around with it. Just don't do that. Horrible, bad idea. Rogue One feels AI generated, except it was made in 2016, so it wasn't. That's a perfect way to put it. Actually, I love that because that's how I think of a lot of recent Disney movies of like the last 2 years. Before AI could do stuff that sort of approximated and copied human, AI can't really do what artist does, but it can copy art now. The way I used to describe Disney movies, like going back like 10 years ago to like Rogue One era, I would describe it as being like those primitive AI prompts that they used to have back then, where they would tell an AI prompt to like write a Batman comic, right? But the AI prompt at the time, it would just be like, if you've read those things from 10 years ago, you know what I'm talking about. It would be trying to imitate a Batman script, but it would it wouldn't know that Captain Kirk isn't a Batman character and Captain Kirk would come in. So it'd be this really, wacky thing of just somebody that's like, if somebody had never heard of Batman before and you told them to write a Batman comic, and then that's what it would come out with, like those really early AI prompts. That to me is what a lot of recent Disney movies are, is it's people that don't understand these things and they're trying to do like, they're doing like their impression of Star Wars, or they're doing their impression of Fantastic Four. And it's just somebody that doesn't understand these things at all. And that's what they're doing, is they're trying to mathematically recreate something, and they rely on a formula because they don't understand the actual thought that went into it. So they're doing AI. What AI is doing is that they're just trying to mathematically copy it, but they understand. They can copy like the speech patterns, they can copy the images, but they don't understand the reason behind it. So what they're doing is meaningless. That's what Disney movies are. That's what Marvel movies are. It's a meaningful copy of something that those people don't understand, and that's why I always go on about like those AI, those how to write screenwriting books, that the formula, it's like where they're talking about like your inciting incident happens on page 12 and your second act starts on page 35 or whatever. All that's doing is it's a way for people that don't have talent to imitate what talented people are doing. They're trying to reduce it to a mathematical way. And no real artist has ever thought that way. They might understand plot structure, that okay, there's a third act, there's 3 acts, there's an inciting incident. They might understand those structures, and they might even be trying to work within the structures the same way a poet can write within the structure of a haiku, or they can write within the structure of a sonnet. But what those books are trying to do is they're trying to take something that doesn't necessarily have a structure and create a structure so that people that don't understand what they're copying can mathematically recreate it without understanding the thought that went into it. That's all that AI is doing right now at this level until AI achieves some kind of sentience. Oh, I can't speak. I think I've been talking too long. But until AI is creative all on its own, it's just an imitation. It's recreating linguistic patterns. And that's all that Disney does these days. That's all they can do. I don't know if Andor's trash live stream is going to be next, but it'll be soon. I lost what this was a response to. I don't know what you were asking me about, Anomaly. Yeah. Send me a direct message. We'll talk about my Andor live stream. I don't know. I can't promise you'll be the co-host, but it has I wasn't joking. It's actually been a problem to find somebody that'll sit through Andor to watch, to do a live stream with me, because people don't want to watch it. Jurassic World Rebirth is the Rogue One of Jurassic whatever movies. Jurassic World Rebirth, I did actually watch Jurassic World Rebirth, and that's a whole other thing, because man, that was a mess. Godard ranking, that would be a good video. He's done a number of movies that I actually haven't seen. I've seen maybe half of his filmography, but he made a lot of. I especially like some of his really experimental stuff he was doing the last few years before he died, and a lot of that stuff I think is unseen by a lot of people, underappreciated. So yeah, that would be a good one, a good Godard ranking video. Another thing the ranking videos do sometimes is they give me an excuse to go watch the rest of somebody's filmography. Like, Hitchcock has always been one of my favorites, and some of his movies I've seen dozens and dozens of times. But there are still, he did, I think, 55 movies or something like that, and there's still, I don't know, maybe 10 Hitchcock movies that I've never seen. So when I do the Hitchcock ranking video, that would be a good excuse for me to go back and watch every single thing, which would be a lot of fun. Why do you think that Andor and The Last Jedi tend to attract passionate following for people who argue? I think that is why. I think that it gets a following from people that don't like Star Wars. And I get these. I had that comment I made I made that post with George Lucas making a face. I thought it was a harmless post, and I was like, this is George Lucas's face when people say that Andor is great. That kind of popped off, and part of the reason is that people got really, the Andor people found it, and they got really upset. And so I started having all these people, people that passionately hate George Lucas, telling me how great Andor is, and they're saying stuff like, well, George Lucas only ever made one good Star Wars movie, so what the fuck does he know? And it's like, okay, so you're telling me that you love Andor, and you're telling me that you don't like Star Wars. You're telling me that you don't like any Star Wars since 1977. So if you're telling me that this is what you think good Star Wars is, and then you're also telling me that you don't like Star Wars, then why do I want Star Wars that's geared towards people that don't like Star Wars? That's such a crazy thing. If you don't like Star Wars, it's like saying, oh, I love Jurassic Park, but I hate dinosaurs. So I really wish they'd make a Jurassic Park movie with no dinosaurs in it. it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's what a Jurassic Park movie is there's dinosaurs. If you don't like Star Wars, then go watch something else. But that's what Andor is it's Star Wars for people that don't like Star Wars, you know? I will not be doing a J.J. Abrams ranking video because I'd have to sit through. It sounds too fucking painful. I think I've probably at some point or another seen basically all of his movies, but I don't want to sit through all those again. I think I might be getting almost to the end of the questions, guys. The David Lynch video would be another good ranking video. Yeah. I already kind of gave away the ending because people asked me what my favorite David Lynch movie is. And my favorite David Lynch movie is, of course, Twin Peaks: The Return, which I think is his ultimate masterpiece. I think it's I think he viewed that as an 18-hour movie, and that's how I treat it. So I don't treat it as a season of TV or as 18 different episodes. I treat that as, I think, David Lynch's favorite movie. I mean, my favorite David Lynch movie and David Lynch's best movie. What you said about the rankings as a medium to talk about the director himself and how you tried to be different with the extensive stuff is exactly why your videos stand out among the rest. Thank you. I do really try. I tried with my Burton video. That was the one where I really tried to, I think that's why it came out to be an hour and a half or something, because I really wanted to cover his whole filmography and actually, I didn't give like detailed reviews, but I wanted to have something to say about each movie, so thank you. I like that people appreciate it, that it's a little bit different. Start writing and illustrating comics in your spare time, eventually not cape shit. Any tips? Stuff that I said earlier. I don't know what style of illustration that you like, but the greatest illustrators in comics, Winsor McKay, who drew Little Nemo, is fucking astounding that he was able to do drawings like that in a newspaper comic strip. Bill Watterson, I think, will always be my favorite newspaper comic strip, of course. Just the pen and ink stuff he did, just gorgeous. Ink work with brush, completely different than Winsor McKay. Art Crumb is completely different again. A lot of cross-hatching. You should look at stuff outside of comics. You should look at like the John Tenniel illustrations for the original Alice in Wonderland illustrations, old woodcut illustrations, old political cartoons, all that type of stuff. Thomas Nast. Just beautiful cross-hatching stuff. A lot of that is what inspired Art Crumb. Art Crumb was inspired by stuff like that more than he was inspired by comics. In comics, Art Crumb was inspired by people like Carl Barks. He was inspired by like funny animal comics and Pogo, Walt Kelly. He was inspired by the storytelling of the that kind of comic. A lot of Art Crumb's his cross-hatching and his actual drawing style was very inspired by people like Thomas Nast and old political cartoons. Woodcut style stuff. Gustav Doré. I think is how you say it. But these woodcut illustrations are just, absolutely astounding etchings and etchings. I'm saying woodcut. That's not always woodcuts. Brass etchings and things like that. Just absolutely. You open to any page of this book and these illustrations that he did. What always fascinated me with black and white illustration is the way that people can create light and shadow and the full range of values with only black and white, no grays, no colors, no midtones. But you look at, you can't really Google this stuff. You can't really see it on my webcam, but you look at these illustrations and it's just amazing. You think it would take somebody 50 years to do one of these illustrations, and he did thousands, just mind-blowing, mind-boggling kind of stuff. So yeah, the problem I see with a lot of comic book art is that sorry, tell me if I go off mic and you can't hear me, but the problem I see with a lot of comic book art is that a lot of it's very incestuous, and comic book artists, a lot of them are only looking at other comic books, and so they learn to draw stuff that looks like Spider-Man, that looks like John Romita, or Jack Kirby or whatever, which is fine. There's a lot of great illustrators in comics, but they don't learn about art in a general way. They learn about superhero comics very particularly. So yeah, I would say try to look at stuff that's not comic books. Look at all those etchings and political cartoonists that I've talked about. And in comic books, if you want to look at recent comics, I like well, as far as superheroes, there's only a few that I like. I like Frank Quietly a lot. I think is really good. I'm trying to think of even in recent superheroes. I still read a certain amount of recent monthly superhero comics, just because it's a habit and I always will. But there's very little of it that I think is really like artistically all that exciting. Go also elsewhere. Go to old stuff. Go Little Nemo. A lot of 70s horror stuff too, like 50s horror stuff. Look at EC Comics. All those EC guys are amazing. All that stuff. And then the 70s, there's a sort of revival of people like Bernie Wrightson and stuff like that. They did stuff for like Eerie Magazine or Creepy Magazine. They also did stuff for like DC and Marvel had some horror books at this time. They did stuff for like House of Mystery and House of Secrets. A lot of those comics are kind of silly junk comics, but you can find really beautiful illustrations. It's probably too long of an answer. I'm starting to bore people. General books on art history. I always like to read like sort of particular books about artists. I like to find a particular artist and read a book about that person, because anytime you read about a particular artist, pretty soon they're going to start talking about who influenced them. And so it's not, you find out about the whole moment in time. You find out about what that person's art was a reaction to. So you do find out about all the art history of that person's life when you find out the context of that person's, why they made the art that they made. So I think I made some post about something like, if you start reading R. Crumb, don't just read R. Crumb's comics, read R. Crumb's interviews with him and read biographies of him. And, you're going to find that R. Crumb, he's going to start talking about Karl Barks. He's going to talk about Walt Kelly. He's going to talk about Thomas Nast, a lot of the people I just mentioned. And so you go back and you start finding out, everybody that influenced R. Crumb, and any artist is like that. Every artist is influenced by other artists. So if you read about a particular artist, you start learning the whole history, everything that artist grew up reading. And then to me, that's how you learn about art history or comics history or any kind of art history. You got to find the chain of what is the link in the chain that the person, everybody is the next link in a chain. You read about Bob Dylan and you start finding out about, immediately start finding out about his immediate influences, what he got through the people that came right before him. But any good artist like Bob Dylan, Bob Dylan is a walking encyclopedia of American the Great American Songbook and songwriting history. And, so Bob Dylan will immediately start popping off references going back to the 1800s. And if you look at the songs that he uses, a lot of his songs are sort of appropriated or restructured melodies of older songs. And so if you just look at, Bob Dylan's song Farewell is actually an altered version of an older folk song, whatever, or you start to find out where these things came from. And then that's how you learn art history. You start to learn there's a whole lineage. So that's what I would say about art history books, is read a biography of your favorite artist and then find out who your favorite artist, who their favorite artist is. That's how you find out about art. That's how I find out about art history. Thoughts on the Psycho sequels? The second one is actually pretty good. It's interesting. The second one, it's better than it has any right to be. It's not really in the lineage of Hitchcock's Psycho. It's a very different kind of movie. So don't go in expecting something that's exactly the same. Hitchcock's Psycho is perfect. It's an untouchable masterpiece. It's a complete thing. There's no need for a prequel or a sequel. It's a complete poem. There's nothing before and after. It's complete. But if you had to do another movie with Norman Bates, the second Psycho it's not a bad movie. It's actually pretty good. The third Psycho, I hope you actually wanted my opinion when you asked this, because I love Psycho, so I have opinions on all of the Psycho movies. The third Psycho is not great, but it's interesting because it's directed by Anthony Perkins. So you get Anthony Perkins' take on what he would like to see a Norman Bates movie be, which is interesting. And then the fourth one is also not great, but the fourth one is the return of the original screenwriter of the first movie. And what he brought to that first movie was a lot of the Freudian. He was in Freudian therapy And he was very interested in the whole psychology element of it. And Hitchcock got the Hitchcock got the novel, and that was kind of Hitchcock's entry point to Psycho, and he was interested in those parts of it. Joseph Stefano, who wrote the screenplay, brought a lot of his own personal experience in Freudian therapy, and he brought in a lot of sort of the Oedipal mother issues and a lot of the sort of psychosexual weirdness that makes that movie so unique and so disturbing is from him. And so he also wrote the fourth Psycho movie. So the fourth Psycho movie very much goes into like the whole Norman's sort of inappropriate relationship with his mother and all of that stuff. So it's not a great movie, but for those reasons, if you like Psycho, it's actually very interesting to see the writer of the first movie kind of delve a little bit more into the character. So that's my answer for the Psycho sequels, is that they're all three interesting for different ways. None of them are the original, but they're all sort of, a lot of times when these horror franchises go on, a lot of the movies aren't even worth watching. But I think that all three, Psycho 2, 3, and 4, they're interesting. They're worth watching. Do I like Mobius or other French European comics? Yeah, I do. I do like Mobius a lot. I like a lot of European comics. The Scream anthology that I was just holding up, like I was saying, there was a lot of great illustrators doing horror comics over there. And then the magazines Eerie and Creepy that I keep mentioning, the horror comics in America in the 70s, a lot of those comics artists are actually from Spain. There's a lot of great South American comics artists, So yeah, there's great comics from all over the world. Sometimes the language barrier makes it hard to appreciate them, but there's a lot of comics, a lot of these horror comics I'm talking about, they aren't even the greatest stories, because they're very simple, very direct 10-page stories, but a lot of them I hardly even read them. I just look at the artwork is so beautiful, so it doesn't even matter in a lot of those cases if you understand the original language of it. Doesn't really even matter. You can just appreciate the art. And yeah, of course, Mobius is one of the greatest illustrators. I was just going through a lot of old issues of Heavy Metal magazine, like from the 90s and 80s. And Heavy Metal magazine is very kind of like tits and machine guns, very kind of adolescent power fantasy kind of thing. But some of the illustrations in there are just beautiful, just fantastic illustrations. Obviously worlds and worlds beyond what DC and Marvel were doing. So even if you don't want to read, or maybe if you do want to read, chicks with metal bikinis and machine guns and stuff, if that's your jam, then you'll love it. If you don't like that stuff, you can still appreciate just a lot of the illustrations. So I would say, read it just for the illustrations. A lot of old issues of Heavy Metal. I was having so much fun looking at some of those. Beautiful, beautiful drawing. And the reason I just thought of that is because Mobius did a lot of stories for this. So if you like Mobius, he shows up in Heavy Metal a lot. Psycho 3 is one of the worst movies that ever. I don't know if I'd say Psycho 3 is one of the worst movies. I did say it's not a great movie, but like I said, it's directed by Anthony Perkins. So if you want to see, Anthony Perkins, who played Norman Bates, if you want to see Norman Bates make a Norman Bates movie, for that reason, it's very interesting. I think I answered this question. I think I gave a long answer to that question. If I didn't, then tell me again. The question was Anomaly one of the people who I reached out to? Yes, actually, because I've actually had people ask me if I would do a live stream with Anomaly, or I always call him Anomaly because I always think of his old screen name. But yeah, if people have asked me if I would do a live stream with him, and so I was talking to him about that, and I said, yeah, I thought of him doing my Andor is Trash live stream, and I actually asked him that, and he was one of the people I was talking about. He's like, yeah, he didn't want to actually sit through 2 seasons of Andor to do the live stream, so he doesn't want to do that. But we are talking, he might do another live stream with me on another video that I have coming out in a month or so. So I'm not going to reveal the subject yet, but he might come on my channel to do a live stream about that. Yeah, like I said, Psycho 3, I'm not saying it's good, I'm saying it's interesting. But Well, like I said, everybody's entitled to their own opinions. Just because I say that I completely disagree and I think you're wrong, that doesn't mean I'm saying you aren't allowed to have a different opinion. You're totally entitled. But if I ever do my Andor is Trash live stream, you'll get to hear my 3-hour explanation of why I think that Andor doesn't work as a Star Wars show. But, I'm not messageable. I'm pretty sure my DMs are open on Twitter, which might be a mistake at this point because, there's lots of crazies out there. But I think that if you can't message me on Twitter and you really want to, just comment on my last, on whatever my last post is and ask for a direct message, and I'll send you one, unless I think that you look like a nut. I think I've seen every Mission Impossible movie, and I've seen them all when they originally came out in the theaters, but I've also never been a big enough fan that I rewatched any of them. So that means that I haven't seen the first Mission Impossible since it was in theaters, whatever, I don't know, what is it, 25 years or something? And I haven't seen MI3 since it was in theaters, so 20 years. So I can't give you a lot of detail on my Mission Impossible rankings. I'm highlighting this comment just because I like anybody that calls J.J. Abrams a hack. J.J. Abrams has literally never had an original thought in his life. The only thing he's ever done is come and attach himself to something somebody else made, Star Wars, Star Trek, and then he does the stupidest possible take on it. That's what J.J. Abrams does. I shouldn't say stupidest possible Star Wars take, because I do think that Rian Johnson did a stupider take, but, very close to the stupidest possible. If you meant that I'm your favorite essayist, then I appreciate that. Thank you. I would love to go to the Lucas Museum of Narrative Art. Maybe we should do a live stream about it and arrange some kind of meetup or something. I don't know if I'll exactly be able to get down there right at the opening, but definitely looking forward to it. It's going to be stunning. I've been reading for years about his art collection. It's going to be stunning, the stuff that a lot of the people that I was throwing out there, the illustrators and stuff I saw, comic book illustrators, but also old time like political cartoonists and stuff. A lot of these amazing illustrators I was talking about, Lucas has their original art in his collection. So it would be just stunning to see all that stuff up close and in person. And he did that panel at Comic-Con, which a lot of you probably watched recently, where he was talking about back in the 70s, 60s, when he started collecting art, you could go get old comic book pages weren't valued. You could get a Jack Kirby page or a Little Abner page or something for $30, which is insane to think about now. I read recently a Jock cover for Batman. It's a famous, very iconic, famous cover, but it's a Batman cover it's only like 10 years old. It's not even old, and it's just a Batman cover from 10 years ago. And at auction, this just went for like $500,000 or something ludicrous, But back in the day, original comic book art was not valued, and Lucas could just pick this stuff up for $30 a page. And so I've read for years he has a just stunning, unbelievable collection. And yeah, I would love to go to his museum and see all of that. That would be great. Can I give a hint about what my next big video will be about? I don't know if I want to give a hint because it's going to be a surprise. It's a completely new topic for me. But the hint that I'll give is that it's one of my big, giant, in-depth videos where I go really deep into something. And I've been researching this for months. I've been researching it for years. I've been working on the video for months. And I'm very, very proud of this. I've been saying this is going to be my best video that I've ever done because it's one of my really deep dive videos where I really get into something. So I won't reveal the topic yet, but I'll reveal that it's going to be one of those big videos. I did the kind of videos about Superman and Fantastic Four because I could throw off those videos in a day, because there's not a lot of research or editing. And so those were just for fun. But the next big video is one I'm really excited for. So I hope that you guys like that. I think there's a fair amount of crossover between the topics I've already talked about and the people who are also fans of this other topic. So if you're a fan of this other topic, you're going to get I'm trying to really do a giant ultimate video on this topic. So I'm very excited about that. And hopefully, if I can really I always miss my deadlines, but if I could buckle down and maybe within about 2 weeks, I'll have it finished. So that's exciting, coming soon. Winsor McKay is a genius. So is, Charles Schultz. I have my complete Peanuts set. I'm not going to move the camera to show it, but I have complete Peanuts up here. One of my prized possessions is that I have every Peanuts by Schultz and Watterson. I have the complete Calvin Hobbes too, of course. Watterson is priceless genius. Yeah, that's the collection. That's the Comic-Con panel I was talking about. That's a good panel if you guys haven't seen it. Lucas talks about his art, his collection, his museum, and he also Del Toro is there. Guillermo del Toro is there. So yeah, it's good. Good panel. You're welcome if I've answered your questions. This is incorrect. The Vince Vaughn Psycho is not good. I hate it so much, but like I keep saying, you're entitled to have a different opinion. When I make fun of people like Snyder Bros or whatever, it's not just because they disagree with me. It's because of the way that they behave, the way they express their disagreement. You can say the Vince Vaughn Psycho is good. I can say that you're totally wrong. Two opinions can coexist, and life goes on, and everybody's happy. I don't think I ever actually got to Texas Chainsaw 4. I mean, first Texas Chainsaw, of course, a masterpiece. I've seen Texas Chainsaw 2, I know, and I think I've seen a lot of the reboots and stuff they've done over the last couple of years. I don't actually know if I've seen Texas Chainsaw 4. If you guys want another recommendation, the only one of those like long-running horror franchises for me that stays interesting is I think all the Chucky movies stay interesting because up until the reboot with Mark Hamill, which was bad, but except for that one, all the other Chucky movies and the Chucky TV show, they all had the same creator, Dan Mancini, I think his name is, and he was like writing and co-writing or co-directing. He's involved in all these movies, so they maintain a continuity over all these movies, and so there's like a real through line, and I think that they're the only one. Most of those, like Friday the 13th 3 has nothing to do with the original movie. Most of those franchises get rebooted and trashed so much. Chucky is basically this long, crazy continuity going on for 35 years or something. And so Chucky's a lot of fun for me if you want to watch long-running horror franchise slop. Fanboys expected George to talk about Star Wars, but he did the exact opposite, and they got mad. He was trying to teach them about history of storytelling. Yes, that's the history of Star Wars fans, is that they want to talk about their space movie. They're not interested in anything else. And while obviously I love talking about the space movies, I get very, very frustrated with people if that's the only thing that they like. It's their only point of reference. It's fine if you like Star Wars. Just you gotta like two things in your life. We'll not be doing a 4-hour analysis of Howard the Duck because I'm doing my 6-hour Willow video first. So gotta wait for that one. That was a joke, by the way. A lot of people mistakenly predict my next video is Star Wars Part 4. I make a very conscious attempt to have a variety of things on my channel, not because I don't like talking about Star Wars, but just because I don't want to get nailed down to being exclusively Star Wars, because I already, like on my the second time I did a long video or something like that, I had people in the comments coming at me and going, how dare you do this on a Star Wars channel? You're ruining your Star Wars channel. It's like, who the fuck ever told you I was a Star Wars channel? So for that reason, I've always been very careful to mix in Star Wars and then I'll do something else. And then I'll do Star Wars and something else. So Star Wars Part 4, How to Watch Star Wars Part 4 is almost done. It's going to be a good one, I think. I've done a lot of work on it. So I just don't want it to be immediately after the previous Star Wars video. So I'm doing this other big one, which is a very, very big one, and I think it's going to get attention on its own, separate from Star Wars. And then hopefully very soon after that, I'll be able to do Star Wars 4 because, like I said, it's almost done. I did a lot on it. I hope you weren't disappointed with what I look like. I'm sorry. I'm working on the weight. I'm getting kind of old. I probably could have run a comb through my hair before doing a live stream, but Yeah, Del Toro might even be a fun ranking video because I like a lot of his movies. I think some are disappointing, but Pan's Labyrinth, masterpiece. I like earlier Sam Raimi, when Sam Raimi was doing kind of grindhouse trash. I thought sort of I've never been a fan of Sam Raimi's Spider-Man movies because one, I don't think he's very good when he's doing like sort of big budget polished Hollywood movies. It's just not really the vibe where I think he excels. And I also think that I was a Spider-Man fan for a long time before he did the Spider-Man movies. I might have talked about this before, but all through the 90s, they were always talking about getting a Spider-Man movie off the ground. When you're reading Spider-Man comic books in the 90s, and then in the back, they'd be teasing like, oh, we've got a script or whatever. And we're working, movie's going to come any day now, And so all through the 90s, being a little kid reading Spider-Man comics when I was like 9, 10 years old, I always had an idea in my head of what a Spider-Man movie should be. I had a lot of thoughts about it. And so I came to that Sam Raimi movie with the fanboy perspective of my Spider-Man movie. And that just wasn't the movie that Sam Raimi made. So I was always very disappointed in his movies. You can maybe say that they were good for what they were, but I think that when a director is approaching an established property like that, it's different than if they're doing their own thing. It's when George Lucas is doing Star Wars, it's his own thing. So George Lucas is the one that decides how Star Wars should be. Spider-Man existed before Sam Raimi, so I had a lot of ideas on Spider-Man. Just his Spider-Man movies, they were just never my jam. But well, I'm almost running out of steam here, but I'm enjoying that people are still asking questions, so I'm trying to give everybody as many answers as I can. But thank you for watching. I have a feeling people are probably trying to. Actually, if I check, I have more. There's more people watching now than there were that were watching at the beginning. So, I'm gonna crash out at some point, but I am trying to do my best to answer the questions and to give decent answers. Exorcist 3, I do like Exorcist 3, and Exorcist 3 is another one. The original writer, William Peter Blatty, came back to that, and he wrote it, and he also directed it. So I would never say Exorcist 3 is as good as the first one, but I love William Peter Blatty as a writer. His book is great, and the fact that he came back and this is sort of his continuation, I think that's what makes Exorcist 3 entertaining and interesting, sort of like how I think Psycho 4 is interesting, because not the author of the novel, who was Robert Bloch, but the author of the screenwriter of the first Psycho movie, Joseph Stefano, came back and did Psycho 4. So that's kind of what's interesting there. In Exorcist 3, you get William Blatty, who wrote the book, and he comes back. And so it's interesting in that way. I don't think it's as good as the first Exorcist movie, but it's certainly a superior sequel. It's certainly better than Exorcist 2. Oh my God. Hi, welcome to my live stream for the first time. Star Wars got me known because I said a bunch of mean things about a friend's simulator, about people's friend simulator. Okay, I get it. That Red Letter Media is their. Yeah, a lot of people had this like emotional attachment to Red Letter Media, and so they really took umbrage that I was like, daring to criticize their buddy Mike Stuklotska, however you say his name. But yeah, he's not their buddy, and it's really weird that they feel like they had to come and defend him. I might have talked about this before also, but I did the experiment where I took the part of my video that was about Red Letter Media, and I made that a separate video, which I'm sure you guys have seen, but I didn't edit one frame of it. So it's the exact same stuff that's in my How to Watch Star Wars video, but I took it as a separate video, and I retitled it Why Red Letter Media and Chris Duckman Are Wrong About Everything. So the exact same video, identical, except that the title is different. I put Red Letter Media in the title of the video, right? And my original video has like 90% likes, and the one where I put Red Letter Media in the title suddenly has 40% likes, right? So it's just purely this thing of people feel like they have this like emotional connection to Red Letter Media, and they feel like they have to like jump in there and defend Mike and Jay. So okay. All right. Like I've always said, I'm try very hard to make it clear I'm attacking the videos. I'm not making a personal attack. I don't know those people. I've never talked to those people, but people, yes, they do. They take it very, very personally. he has a mission to watch every movie. That's going to be a very long project. I don't think it's actually possible to do that in one human lifetime, but it is admirable. You want to see, maybe get top 10 movies from every year and watch, every year going back to the beginning, watch 10 movies from every year. That would be an excellent project. But, it's admirable to try to watch everything. Friend Simulator. Yeah, I'm sorry it took me a minute to understand what I was reading. I think I am getting tired. Raimi, the Raimi movies, I just objected to the whole look and aesthetic of it. I didn't like, well, as far as being true to the Ditko Lee comics, I didn't like organic web shooters. I didn't like the Green Goblin wearing a plastic armor. I like the Green Goblin to kind of have, like a kind of Halloween mask, like an expressive face. I didn't think that the Spider-Man comic, I didn't think his costume looked right. Just the whole look and feel of it just was the wrong vibe to me. But that's a long topic to nitpick every Spider-Man movie. So I just thought you were younger so I look old is what you're saying. It's probably true. It is true. Guys, if you'll find this happen. I looked really young all the way through my 20s. Up until I was about 30, I would get carded. People thought I was like 18 years old. And then somewhere like in your early 30s, it just all goes off a cliff. So you guys are still in your 20s. Enjoy it now, because you're going to hit that wall sooner or later. How do I square? Yeah, that might be a deep dive. We'll get back to that in my Andor's Trash live stream. It's like people do ask me about Andor again and again because I know it's a divisive one. So that's why I think it might really be a good live stream. Maybe some of you guys, if you know Anomaly, go bug him. Tell him you want him to watch Andor to talk to me about it. Best movie released this year. I don't want to say because it's kind of early in the year, It's like halfway there. I don't know if I want to pin that down. It's usually backloaded because a lot of the kind of like awards season movies will come up back in later the year, So right now, honestly, a lot of what I've seen so far this year is I've seen like Superman and Fantastic Four, and I saw Jurassic Park, So I haven't seen a lot of stuff that I'm saying like, oh yeah, it's a awards contender. A lot of the good movies I see early in the year are actually from the prior year because it takes a while for the foreign films or whatever to make their way to streaming or that kind of thing. So I'm not gonna check back with me at the end of the year. If people like that kind of thing, I have thought of doing like an annual best of the year list video. I usually post like on Twitter. You can find my video list for 2024 on Twitter, but maybe I'll make it a video at some point. Yeah, if I had to pick for this year, Megalopolis. But, like I said, it's very early in the year. I don't think anything's going to top Megalopolis for me just because I think that Megalopolis is very special. It's very important to film history, Big favorite hidden gem movie when it comes to horror. I don't know if I want to say this because I don't know if I want to kind of give away my ranking videos. Because I thought of doing like a best of the best horror movies and like best of the decades and that kind of video, which is where I'd kind of recommend like movies that I think people haven't seen. Hidden gem. There's a lot of horror movies that I like that I think are kind of, they're not like the most famous ones. Like I love The Babadook, but which it's pretty well known, but it's not The Exorcist or something. But Hidden Gem kind of makes me think you want something that like nobody's heard of. This is on my best of the 2010s list, so I'm kind of giving away something, but a movie that I really love that I think like I've never heard anybody who's seen this movie except like the 3 people that I forced them to sit down and watch it. It's a Brazilian movie. It's a werewolf movie from last decade called Good Manners. I think it's in Portuguese. It's just like the wackiest movie, and it's you know, it's like there's like it's a genuine horror movie. There's some real gore, but it's also like a love story, and the story just never goes where you expect. There's like a musical number, and there's an animation sequence, but there's also real, like, really gory horror movie scenes, you know. And the amazing thing about it is somehow, to me, it takes all these different genres and all these crazy things, and in the end, it somehow holds together as a story that, for me, it's a really, really emotionally affecting story. The movie really, really got to me. But when I try to explain it to people, I'm like, it's werewolf movie, and there's a music number, and you know, and it's like this weird lesbian love story, and you know, it's just, that's what I love about it, is that there's no formula. It's just, when they're making the movie, they thought, okay, well, you know, how do I do this part? And they thought, well, that part, it could be animated, or this part could be musical. You know, don't follow a formula. Just like, look at what is the best way to do this particular scene in my movie, and that's what that movie really does for me. Is it just like, it's just, oh, let's do a musical number, let's do an animation sequence, you know. And it's called, the American title is Good Manners, and it's I maybe nobody else in the whole world likes this movie, but I really loved it. Your experiment with the Red Letter Media video as a separate video inspired me to make the decision to put my reacting to fans portion in my video, which parodies your style, as the first section, which I now regret. Yeah, all my Star Wars videos, they kind of have two parts, which is the first, you know, this bit where I'm analyzing the movie, and then the second bit is kind of where I'm like yelling at all the fanboys for why they didn't understand the movie. And it's funny, like the polar opposite reactions that those parts get. I don't know, it's kind of interesting to separate the two out. Exorcist 2 is like the Last Jedi before they did the Last Jedi. That's not a bad comparison, actually. I would say Exorcist 2 is kind of like Jurassic World Dominion, which is, they both have locusts, you know. I mean, both of them, for some reason, it's a really weird coincidence that they thought, oh, instead of dinosaurs, let's do a bunch of fucking locusts, you know. And for some reason, Exorcist 2 is like, hey, instead of scary demons, let's do like weird shit, like with the dream sequences, and for some reason, both, I think the lesson is never add locusts to your sequel, because you're just gonna fuck it up. Why are you doing that? Would I like Andor if Diego Luna kissed men in it? I'm not sure. The person asking this has always seemed like a nice person, likes my videos, so I'm going to assume that this isn't like trying to make fun of me. But the answer to that, the reason I clicked on it, is if you've never seen a movie, Y Tu Mama Tambien, which is just Alfonso Cuarón. It's a Spanish movie. And Diego Luna makes out with a man in that movie. And I saw that movie when I was like a little gay 18-year-old or something, and it's, I think, probably the hottest movie I've ever seen in my life. So if you want Diego Luna kissing recommendations, go see that movie. If that's not what you want, then, you know, don't watch that movie. Although actually, it's a really good movie. You don't have to watch it just for the, you know, kissing parts, but it's very Diego Luna looks really good in that movie. Okay, I think we're almost getting to the end of the questions here, guys. This is the end of the questions, guys, so I'm going to hang it up pretty quick unless somebody asks me a question in the next few minutes. But yeah, I don't know if Chris Stuckman and These Are Eyes They Analyze Movies, I don't know if that was a meme before I found that clip, because I found that clip in one of his longer videos, and just as soon as he said it, I thought it was so hilarious that I had to clip it and put it into my video. I just thought the fact that he said that was, you know, there's something that was almost lovable about how naive that is, you know. Because like I've said a lot of times, I make fun of a lot of Chris Stuckman's takes. I think Chris Stuckman says a lot of silly things, but I don't have a personal, as a person, I think Chris Stuckman, he seems like a nice guy. I don't have a personal beef with Chris Stuckman. And there's something that was just so like naive about the whole Eyes That Analyze Movies thing, that it's just kind of, it's hilarious, but it's also endearing, you know. every time I do a video, I try to put that clip in there, and I have to cut it back out because it's like I don't want to seem like I'm just ragging on this poor guy too much. Sorry, no, I took it as a joke. Don't worry, I didn't get upset. I didn't get upset. I wondered because some people can mean that comment like, oh, would you like Andor if it was gay enough for you? I think that some people mean it that way, but no, I didn't think that you were being mean. I know that you're a cool guy. I didn't take it the wrong way. Totally apart from Mel Gibson as a person, whatever you might think of Mel Gibson's views, I think Mel Gibson is an amazing filmmaker. I think Apocalypto is a great movie. And this is, what I'm saying is by when I say that, I'm not endorsing anything about Mel Gibson's personal life or any opinions that he's expressed. I'm talking about his abilities as a filmmaker, and Apocalypto is a great movie. Passion of the Christ is less so, but I think Passion of the Christ is also a very well-made movie. It's a good movie. I'm probably going to see the sequel when he makes it. It's not endorsing his religious views or his anything else, but I do think that he's an excellent filmmaker. He just really is. I love Mars Attacks, and I love a lot of late era Tim Burton. If you want to know my answer to this, I have a Tim Burton ranking video I've been talking about where I rank and discuss all of Tim Burton's movies. So I can give you a very detailed answer. Go watch that video and you can get all my Tim Burton opinions. And hopefully the video is educational. I talk a lot about Tim Burton's career. So, you might have fun. There's a lot of cool behind the scenes footage and stuff in that video. So yeah, if you actually like Tim Burton, or if you want to know my opinion, go watch that video. Yeah, the Chris Stuckman, these are easily analyzed movies. That might be my. There's a place for it in every video, right? I could find a way to put that in every video. I just really I don't want to seem like I'm beating up on this poor guy too much, so I try to limit myself as much as I can. There's a lot of good Conan. There's a lot of people that used to do really beautiful illustrations in those old Conan. Those are some non-superhero comics that I'm maybe not that interested in the story, but lots of beautiful illustrations and stuff, especially like from the 70s, 80s, older Conan comics. Conan. I say Conan like Conan O'Brien. I should say Conan. But yeah, there's some beautiful comics. That's another thing where I feel kind of mean. I feel like a jerk for making fun of Chris Stuckman, but it's just so like endearingly naive the way that he's like, to him it's like Citizen Kane is like the most reviewed, most discussed movie in movie history, but in Chris Stuckman's world, it seems like like it was really a new movie for him. So he's like, this is pretty good. This Citizen Kane that people are talking about, it was hilarious, but I didn't want to seem like I was making fun of the guy too much, because like I said, I don't hate Chris Stuckman. I just think his videos are really funny. How many movies would I say I have seen? Your knowledge of film was impressive to me. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. I've watched movies my whole life since I was a little kid, so I couldn't possibly guess, when I'm on a real kick, like towards the end of the year when I'm trying to like catch up on the best of the year movies, a lot of times I'm watching like 2 or 3 movies a day at least. So, I'm not doing that the whole year, but I would say I probably see at least a couple hundred movies a year. I probably average a movie a day, because then there's times where I'm like I'm not on a movie kick. I'm on a comic book kick, or I'm on I'm into a novel or something. And so I won't watch any movies for a while. So averages out, I would say I probably watch a movie a day, so, or there's times when I'm into a TV show, so I might be watching that for a while. So I don't know, maybe it doesn't come to a movie a day. Maybe I watch 200 movies a year or something. So that's why I kind of say like, yeah, you'll never see every movie, because even though I watch that many movies, there's so many old movies that I haven't seen, and there's also every year 600, 700, 800 movies come out every year. So unfortunately, you can never see all of them. Contemporary film directors, That would be another thing where it would be just like a whole list. I'm just too involved with it. Ari Aster, because somebody was asking me earlier about Beau is Afraid. I really hope that he's had a couple flops now. I really hope his career doesn't get shut down, because I think he's really interesting. So I hope he keeps getting to do stuff. I hope he doesn't hit a brick wall with these couple flops. Mel should have been in Fury Road. I mean, I love Fury Road. I don't know if it would have been better or worse with Mel Gibson, because that character he's sort of a passive character in the movie. Let's see. Okay, guys. I watched Dark Shadows because I loved it. Oh my! You mean you watched Dark Shadows, the Tim Burton movie? Yeah, Tim. Like I said, you just can't take it too seriously. It's a comedy, but if you approach it the right way, I love Tim Burton's Dark Shadows movies. I've also, if you want to, the soap opera, the TV show that Dark Shadows is based on, is it was a daily soap opera back in the day. So the fact that it's daily means that there's like it went on for about 6 years, so there's like 1,200 episodes. There's well over 1,000 episodes, so it's kind of a viewing project. But I had seen episodes here and there before, but recently, just in like the last year, actually, because I did that Tim Burton video, I got curious about the Dark Shadows source material, and so I went back to, and of course the whole show's on DVD now and it's on streaming. And so I went back to the Dark Shadows shows, and I started to watch the Dark Shadows show from the beginning. And, a lot of shows, they'll say, oh, like it takes a couple seasons to get good. On Dark Shadows, because there's 1,200 episodes, it takes until about episode 200 before the famous characters start to show up. So, a lot of the fans will tell you, like, skip the first 200 episodes. But I started Dark Shadows at the beginning, at the first episode of Dark Shadows. And I have to say that I've watched maybe 200 episodes of Dark Shadows now. I'm just now getting to like the famous Dark Shadows episodes. But I have to say that that TV show is really fun. So if you liked the Dark Shadows movie, I mean, the show is just, you have to understand that at the time, the show was a daily soap opera. So it was basically like, they didn't do retakes or anything. It was basically like a live radio show. So when you're watching the show, there's flubbed lines, there's mistakes, that sometimes like the microphone comes into the picture a lot, there's full of mistakes. So you basically have to look at this like it's a rehearsal of a play, or like it's a live radio show. You can't do, don't expect like high quality special effects. But if you look at it just as kind of like a radio show, it's actually this really, really engrossing soap opera. And I found out that I got really into the characters. Like, I mean, it's, it's silly as shit, but I just, it's really enjoyable for me. Go watch the Dark Shadows TV show. Am I going to see Stuckman's movie when it comes out? I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I think it's going to be really terrible. Like I said, I don't want to watch it just to beat up on the guy, because I don't hate him, and I think it's going to be a terrible movie. So I don't know if I'll ever sit through it. Oh, Red Letter. That was funny because I like, Jake Lloyd's take of, I don't understand. Yeah, that was fun to intercut. With time and training, Annie, one day you will. When I found out that Mel Gibson is I don't know how to say it, sedevacantist. That's the type of like super hardcore Catholic that he is, right? I don't know too much about it, but I mean, yeah, like I said, I know that he's got Mel Gibson has pretty extreme religious beliefs. I think he's a good filmmaker. I'm not endorsing any of his other beliefs. I don't know that much about that particular type of Catholicism, but I think I know what you're referring to. Everything about Netflix makes me very sad these days. Yeah, I'm going to make a lot more video about comics, I think. That's why I kind of made that video about the best comic book movies, because, like I think most of you guys know that I write comics, I draw comics. That's outside of making YouTube videos. That's my passion, is what I actually do, is I'm a writer. So I made that video about best comic book movies to try to kind of segue people on this channel into listening to me talk about comic books more, because that's something that I want to talk about a lot more. So yeah, I'll definitely make more videos about comics. Worst movies by horror's greatest directors. I'd have to make a list of horror's greatest directors and go through their filmography. It's kind of an involved question. Something like worst movies by great directors might be an interesting video, though. I'm clicking on this one because when you say director that fell off and you choose Ridley Scott, I think that's an interesting answer because I actually kind of feel the same way. I think Ridley Scott's made a lot of great movies and a lot of terrible movies. Usually, anytime I go through the filmography of a director, I like a lot of their late era movies. A lot of people sort of write off the late eras of a lot of artists, and they don't like later Chaplin or later Hitchcock or whatever. But Charlie Chaplin was making great movies long after the silent era, and people. I think you have to look at the totality of a filmography. I think that's important, and you don't just like what put them on the map. You don't just like Pulp Fiction or whatever the big one is. So I always go through a director's whole filmography. But I think this is an interesting answer because I do think, Jesus, Ridley Scott, for me, he's been making a lot of shit recently. That Napoleon movie is so terrible. Yes, Carl Barks Comics Classic. If you want just, really great storytelling and illustration. If you want classic, like the Funny Animal comics and inspired Arkham, yeah, read Carl Barks. That's a big recommendation. Okay, the Catholic Church. Yeah, okay, so they're like a split off of an offshoot of the Catholic Church. That's kind of what I thought. I honestly don't know too much about it. I know that I thought Mel Gibson's dad had some really crazy religious beliefs, and there was debate about whether or not he was part of it. I don't know. Apocalypto, good movie. Go watch Apocalypto. I love Prometheus. I thought Prometheus was very good. It makes me really sad that Ridley Scott wasn't able to finish his Alien prequel plans. For me, what happened with Prometheus is basically, what would have happened with Star Wars if George Lucas didn't own Star Wars. Because when Phantom Menace came out and there was all the backlash, George Lucas was able to stick to his guns and finish the trilogy the way he wanted. If Fox had owned had owned Star Wars, and Lucas made Phantom Menace, and all the fans were upset online, of course Fox would have did what they did with Prometheus, is they would have pissed themselves and they would have demanded that George Lucas change his plans. And that's what went wrong with Alien Covenant. Is they sort of forced George Lucas to get the xenomorph. I mean, they sort of forced Ridley Scott to get the xenomorph in there. They're like, oh, we got to get to the xenomorph. I think that with Prometheus, Ridley Scott had a really interesting plan of, sort of a long way we could take 3 or 4 movies to explain the origins of the xenomorphs. And fans just didn't want it. And Ridley Scott didn't own the movie, so he wasn't able to make it as far as he wanted, the way that he wanted. So, yeah, Prometheus to me is kind of a sad story because he didn't really get to finish it. But I think it was really interesting. What it has in common with Phantom Menace is that he was trying to do something new and different and creative, and fans wanted more of the same. They wanted more of the xenomorph killing people. It's like Star Wars fans wanted Darth Vader. They wanted Boba Fett killing people, It was sad that he couldn't finish his Prometheus movies. Yeah, the Napoleon movie, that was just, I don't know how you, I don't know how you defend that. That was such a mess. Yeah, I'm glad that Ridley Scott has had he's got to do all different types of things. I didn't like Megan 2. I mean, I didn't like Megan 1, so no, I haven't seen Megan 2. I don't know. Maybe one day. Yeah, Prometheus, I think, is really interesting, a lot of potential, and sadly kind of unfinished project. See, look, we got all the Prometheus fans in here. Alien 79, The Force Awakens. Yeah. And see, look, you compare the Alien movie that they just made, Alien Romulus. You compare that fan service shit to Prometheus, and if you wanted a xenomorph movie or whatever, yeah, okay, Prometheus wasn't what you were hoping for, but can't you see that? I mean, isn't Prometheus just so much more interesting than the fan service shit that they give us instead? I would take Prometheus any day over Romulus. That's just me. I thought The Last Duel was okay. I thought The Martian was pretty good. I'm not saying every Ridley Scott movie is bad, but I do feel like there's been a definite fall off. He's made some, real junk. But Last Duel, I thought, was, out of the recent ones, Last Duel was pretty good. That might have been also part of the problem with Ridley Scott's Napoleon, is that, you had in the back of your head, what if Stanley Kubrick had made this, and that's not the same at all. Kubrick, if you're a fan of Kubrick, go investigate his Napoleon movie, because the script is out there, the props, a lot of his research. There's been whole books about all the research, all the preparation he did on his Napoleon movie. So you can almost get a vision of what his movie might have been like, but it's never going to be the same as if Kubrick directed it, because Kubrick was one of those directors that very much, a lot of his creativity happened on set. So for him, the script for Kubrick was just kind of a sketch. And when he got on the set, everything could change. And that's why Kubrick movies could take years to film, but that's also why they were so amazing, because he wanted to explore every possibility of how to do everything. So you can get a really clear vision of what Kubrick wanted to do with his Napoleon. And you can see that it's just 1,000 times more interesting than the Ridley Scott Napoleon. But at the same time, I don't think we'll never know what Kubrick's Napoleon is, or what Kubrick's Napoleon would have become if he had actually finished it. I think Steven Spielberg right now, he is in talks to do like a TV version of Kubrick's Napoleon script, which I think would be interesting, and I'll watch it. But it's just, we're never going to get what it would be if Kubrick had gone through the whole process of, developing the ideas through his whole creative process on set. I like Alien Covenant, but like I said, I think he was rushing to get to the Xenomorph. I don't think his plan was that the Xenomorph wouldn't show up until like the third movie, the third prequel. But I clicked on this because, by the way, if you go on like the Alien Covenant Blu-ray or whatever, there's a special feature where they talk about the whole, like, what happened in between Prometheus and Covenant, and they explain like the whole process, how David created the Xenomorph and everything. And that's really interesting, because that's kind of like the missing movie. There's the missing movie in between Prometheus, and then how David ends up on that planet with all, he's killed all the engineers, and he's made the he's done he's created face huggers and all of this. And so there's kind of like a missing movie in between the two. And it's because the studio is telling Ridley Scott, you have to get to the Xenomorph. We can't wait 3 more movies to get to the Xenomorph. But there is that, I would point out to you guys, there's the special feature on the DVD that explains like, how did David make the face huggers? And it's very, very interesting. So it's only like 10 minutes long, but it's sort of like, it's like the missing Alien prequel. Go watch that. It's fun. Scott could have easily been like early Gareth Edwards is a lot like a boring Ridley Scott. That's a good explanation for Gareth Edwards. I love that I have so many Prometheus fans here. Tells me, see, once we get into the third hour of the podcast and people without patience fall away, we get down to the people that just have good taste and want to listen to me talk for 3 hours. Gladiator 2 had good opening credits, and then there was the rest of Gladiator 2. Which, oh my God, I thought that movie was bad. I hated the movie. There's hypothetically a movie where they could have made a good Gladiator sequel, but the Gladiator sequel they made, it's not that movie. It's totally unnecessary is a good word for it. That's the silver lining as we were denied Kubrick's Napoleon, but instead we got Barry Lyndon, which for my money is, if I'm going to spoil the ending of my Kubrick ranking video, if I ever make a Kubrick ranking video, but Barry Lyndon, I think, is Kubrick's greatest film. And I know some people would say 2001, or they would say other movies. So, if I ever do that video, I'll give my long explanation of why I think Barry Lyndon is his greatest movie. Martin Scorsese also comes back to Barry Lyndon as being his favorite Kubrick movie. And I agree with him on that. Because Barry Lyndon for me is just, I could give you a 10-minute explanation, but yeah, that's the silver lining. We didn't get Napoleon, but Barry Lyndon is probably just as good. Ridley Scott's Hannibal, I think, is underrated. I love all of the Thomas Harris novels, the Hannibal books, except for Hannibal Rising, which he didn't want to write. He was kind of forced to write a prequel. They told him, if you don't write the prequel, we'll hire somebody else to do it. But I think that Thomas Harris's Red Dragon, Silence of the Lambs, and Hannibal, that trilogy are amazing books. Thomas Harris said when he wrote Hannibal, he was always ambivalent about the adaptation of Silence of the Lambs. He didn't like, not because he hated the movie. He claims that he's never watched the movie, but the reason that he was ambivalent about the Silence of the Lambs movie is because he's one of those writers that he wants his book to exist as a book. And he doesn't like the fact that the movie, for a lot of people, replaced his book in their imagination, because the movie is very different, the way they portray Hannibal and a lot of that kind of stuff. So for that reason, Thomas Harris has always said that he wasn't a fan of the Silence of the Lambs movie, because his book is a separate entity and he doesn't want people to confuse the movie and the book. So for that reason, when he wrote the sequel, he wrote the book Hannibal. A lot of that book, if you ever read the book, he said he was very deliberately trying to make a book that could not be adapted in a movie, because Dino De Laurentiis owned the movie rights to Silence of the Lambs and to any sequel books. He owned the whole package. So Thomas Harris wanted to write a Hannibal sequel, but he wanted to write a Hannibal sequel that he thought they could never, ever make this thing into a movie. And so that's why you get like the wild and crazy shit, like the end with the guy that Ray Liotta plays, and he's alive, and, you know, Hannibal is cutting out his brain and feeding the brain to Clarice. And that book is so over the top because he deliberately didn't want them to make a movie. So that was the challenge that Ridley Scott had, was how do I make a movie out of a book that is not supposed to be a movie? And I think given that conundrum, I think Ridley Scott basically did what the best he could, given that the source material is deliberately unadaptable. But I do think that the book is so, it's not like a realistic serial killer mystery. It's like so over the top. It's like a Italian opera from the 1700s or something, with, like, you know, people eating each other and all this crazy stuff. So I think Ridley Scott's movie actually is underrated because it did the best that it could. But my answer is that you should read the book. Read the book Hannibal, because that book is over the top mayhem and it's really fun. I like that book. I like the Old Boy movie a lot. I was kind of, like I said, because I don't feel like I'm an expert on manga or an expert on anime. I don't know. I've read a lot of manga, but I'm not an expert on manga to the point that I felt like I could say, like, oh, this is the best manga adaptation ever, you know? So Old Boy is not on my list because I didn't include manga adaptations just because I don't feel like I'm an expert. But it's a good movie. I like Old Boy. I don't know if I would say that Legend is a masterpiece, but it is. It's good. I like it. Let's see. Just gave my thoughts on Old Boy. I don't really think there's any other project exactly like Star Wars, which is part of why it's so interesting to me. This guy got to make basically a 12-hour movie released in installments over a period of 30 years, you know? That doesn't happen in Hollywood studios, because like we saw with Prometheus, as soon as one episode doesn't make enough money, the studio steals it away from the creator. So George Lucas, the fact that he owns Star Wars, that's the only reason he was allowed to do that. You know, even people like Steven Spielberg, you know, like the most successful director in history, he still gets bullshit from the studios. That's why after Jurassic Park 3, it took a long time for them to make one, because it was in development hell for a lot of years because the studio didn't want to commit. And there's, you know, back and forth development hell, studio bullshit. And, you know, so it's like, if they won't even let Steven Spielberg do what he wants, then nobody gets to do what they want unless you're George Lucas and you own the rights exclusively. So, you know, that's really, George Lucas's Star Wars is a unique situation, which is why I think it's interesting. Maybe you could say that David Lynch got to do his Twin Peaks saga, although it was prematurely ended. They kind of took it away from him. He, you know, the drama over season 2, and then it was canceled. But the fact that he got to make Fire Walk with Me and that he got to make The Return, I think he did manage to complete it to a degree to his satisfaction. So that was kind of like over the period of 25 years or whatever, and over 30 hours of film or something, he got to tell his whole Twin Peaks story. So that's what I would consider being similar to Star Wars. Haven't seen Book of Eli, sorry, can't answer that one. Maybe if he comes on to do our Andor is Trash live stream, we could talk about Gladiator 2. Like I said, people are welcome to disagree with me. I hated that movie, but people are welcome to disagree. Yeah, I think that's what I was talking about with Twin Peaks, the final season. Same. I hate Alien 3. I really. David Fincher hates Alien 3. I don't understand why people defend it when even the director doesn't like it. But, you know, like I said, everybody's allowed to disagree. Kubrick ranking would probably be one of the ranking videos I would do very soon. Near the top of my list. I mean, the Alien 3 assembly cut is sort of more interesting, but it's still not the David Fincher vision because they never let him film the movie that he wanted to film. So I think of the real Alien 3 that he wanted to make, or the one that Ridley Scott would have made if he was in that position, that movie just doesn't exist. We'll never get that movie. But, you know, everybody's allowed to agree with me. If you enjoy it, that's, you know. Eyes Wide Shut, I also think is towards the top of my Kubrick list. I'm going to give away the whole list before I ever make the video. Michael Mann's a great director. I love his, what's it called, Public Enemy, the movie that he made. I love Heat, you know. It's not my favorite Hannibal Lecter take, but it's a good movie. A lot of those like early the whole serial killer genre was very new at the time, you know. So when I rewatch those movies, it's like Silence of the Lambs really crystallizes the genre. And a lot of the movies before Silence of the Lambs, for me, just the way that they talk about serial killers and stuff is very kind of awkward, because that whole idea of, you know, the term serial killer didn't exist until the 70s. So it was a very kind of new science. It was a very, you know, so the way that they talk about it, the way that they deal with it, is awkward for me in a lot of those movies, because like I say, I love horror, and I'm writing horror comics, so it's just something that I read about a lot. So that's when I say that it's not my favorite movie. That's kind of what I'm getting at, is the early takes on serial killer genre for me weren't 100% there yet. Silence of the Lambs for me is like the first great kind of serial killer movie, unless you talk about stuff like Psycho, which is, you know, that's before they had the term serial killer. It's not the same kind of thing, but you know, yeah, I love Michael Mann. It's a good movie. I have actually read The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo books. I was working at a bookstore when those were coming out, and they were big bestsellers. I saw both the original movie and the American version of the movie. And, you know, the movies are okay. I think the books are better than the movies. They're okay. They're not my favorite, but they're good. I disagree, because I don't think Alien 3, I don't think he ever got to film the movie that he wanted to make, regardless of how it's edited. They just screwed with it too much. Whoa, that is a hot take. Legend is the best film Ridley Scott ever made. Don't know if I can go there, my friend. After watching a few, you know, I have a chip on my shoulder about Gareth Edwards, both because Jurassic Park was one of my favorite childhood movies, and also the fact that he made Rogue One, although he didn't really make Rogue One. We all know that they reshot most of the movie. But I did see the Jurassic World Rebirth movie, and that's, you know, I liked little slivers of it, so maybe I'll make a video, because it's a, you know, long answer. I like Fight Club. Fight Club, the movie's good, yeah. I like Palahniuk. The book is good. Yeah, it's a good movie. I'm coming back to this because David Fincher is really weird for me, that he's so hit or miss. Like Zodiac is one of my favorite movies ever made, talking about serial killer movies. But David Fincher for me is one of the only directors who's made like some of my very favorite movies, and then he's made some movies that's just like unwatchable shit for me. Like I can't even sit through it. Like Benjamin Button, I can't even finish that movie. So I don't know, maybe I'll make a David Fincher ranking video, because he's for me maybe the most extreme directors between movies I love and movies I just can't even stand. But Zodiac is good. Fight Club is very good. Zodiac is great. Yeah, Star Wars is completely unique, and people don't. That's the problem with how people approach Star Wars, is they don't realize, because it became the most popular movie in the world. So nobody's talking about it as being an art house thing, when it's, you know, it's more popular than James Bond. It's more popular than anything. But yeah, it's completely unique. That's the only reason I make videos about it. Eyes Without a Face is great. That's classic. I really should do like my top 100 horror movies list or something like that, because I think that I like a really wide range of horror, and I think there's a whole, I think there would be a lot of cool movies on there if you guys like recommendations. That would be a fun video. Favorite of the original run of the Universal monster movies. Speaking of greatest horror movies, it would probably have to be Bride of Frankenstein. I like all the James Whales movies, though. I like Invisible Man, I think is underappreciated. Frankenstein, the Lon Chaney Wolfman is good. The Lon Chaney Silent Phantom of the Opera is really great, if we're including that. I love all those Universal horror movies, though. The whole thing. Trying to think if there's one of them that I really think is bad. Not really. If I'm not going to move my camera, but up on my shelf here, I have all the NECA figures that they've been doing of all the. I've got my Bela Lugosi Dracula and my Lon Chaney Wolfman. They're all sitting right here next to me. So, yeah, I'm a big fan of all those Universal horror movies. It's good stuff. I do like Tremors. I love Tremors, especially the first one, of course. The other ones, got kind of bad, but the first one's good. The TV version of the Godfather trilogy is really interesting, actually. I think I talk about that in it's my video on the special editions where I'm talking about how many different versions of the Godfather there are, because Coppola's done a million different versions, but the TV version is really interesting. There was a VHS release of it once. So you can find, if you want to find the old VHS tapes or something, it's out there, but it's not in good picture quality. You could take the existing versions and edit them together into the TV version order, but the problem is that the TV version has like an hour of deleted scenes that aren't in any other versions. So it's really, really interesting. And yeah, I wish he would release it. Frankenstein is, James Whale, by the way, he also made, James Whale did Frankenstein, Bride of Frankenstein, Invisible Man. He also did, he did Old Dark House, and he did Showboat. Is a great movie, an early sound musical. James Whale is a very underappreciated director. He made all kinds of great movies. But of course, the big three are the big Universal horrors that he did. But also, if you like James Whale, if you like those movies, there's a movie about the life of James Whales called Gods and Monsters, and it's based on his life, which is a very, very interesting movie. It deals with Hollywood at that point, and his life is an interesting subject because at the time, of course, there weren't like DVD special features or whatever. So a lot of those early horror movie directors, we don't even have footage of James Whales. There's no film of him that exists. So we don't even know what he sounded like. There's only like 5 still photographs. So James Whales, a lot of his life is kind of a mystery. He directed some of the most famous, iconic movies ever made, but a lot of, we don't even know what his voice sounded like, which is such an interesting idea to me to think about that how much history is lost, But they made this movie called Gods and Monsters. Ian McKellen plays James Whales in the movie. And it's just a really, really beautiful, interesting movie that it kind of examines James Whales' life, and they intercut it with bits of his movies and, sort of extrapolate what the movies might have meant to him in a personal way. But it's also very openly, it's like a fantasy movie. It's just sort of like an imaginative exercise of what kind of person would have made these movies? What kind of person was James Whales? Because we have these movies and we just don't know anything about him. And it's really, really a beautiful, interesting movie. So if you like the Universal Frankenstein, go check out Gods and Monsters. It's really interesting. Henry Portrait of a Serial, yeah, that's also a great, kind of older serial killer movie. You guys, I think I'm losing my tongue's getting dry because I've been talking for 4 hours, but I really appreciate that there's actually there's more people watching right now than there were at the beginning. So, and I appreciate you guys asking all your questions. I'm having fun getting to talk to you and answer these questions. So I might have to hang it up pretty soon, but I really do appreciate, this is a welcome change from some of the frustrating comments that I get. It's really nice to get interesting questions from people. But yeah, Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer. It's a good movie. I just can't say the letter S anymore. Yeah, I kind of scoffed when people were saying that Legends was Ridley Scott's best movie. I don't know if it's his best movie, but it is a very early kind of interesting fantasy movie. Yeah, fantasy movies back then were much different before CGI because the special effects were much harder to do. So, you know, the early ones like Legend or Willow and those kind of movies, it's a very different kind of thing from the fantasy movies we get now. But Legend was a very interesting example. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the James Gunn Aliens movie, but I mean, James Gunn, James Cameron Aliens movie. But I do, yeah, I don't adore that movie. I don't idolize that movie the way that some people do because it did, you know, that alien in the first movie was just this terrifying, unstoppable thing. And yeah, in the second movie, there's like 60 of them, and then the Marines are just, you know, gunning down 60 aliens at a time. I do love the Alien Queen, though, is one of the all-time great Stan Winston monster creations. One of the all-time great movie monsters is the Alien Queen. So I love the second movie for that. I don't like James Cameron's approach as much. You know, people say like the first one, Ridley Scott was making a haunted house movie, and in the second one, James Cameron was making a war action movie. You know, so they're just very different movies. I prefer the first one. That's a good question. Do I think Tarantino will succeed with the Cliff Booth movie with the Tarantino script? I kind of wish Tarantino would direct it. Tarantino's got, I think his rule about only making 10 movies is such a silly idea. I wish he would just keep making movies. You know, like I was talking about earlier, a lot of directors, their best movies come late in their career. So I think the idea of 10 movies is silly. I wish Tarantino would just make this. But like I was saying about Fincher is so hit or miss for me. Fincher's made some of my favorite movies, and Fincher's made movies that I think are unwatchable. So I think the Cliff Booth movie could go either way. Totally could go either way. I'm sorry, man. Sorry, my dude. I hate Benjamin Button. Oh, I'm sorry I made you wait on the super chat. I was scrolling through the comments. I didn't see it, but thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Do I find any criticism of the prequels justified? What are my criticisms? It depends on what you mean by, you know, what the purpose is of criticism. The fact that George Lucas got to make his movie his way, the movies that we have, that's how the prequels are supposed to be. That's what George Lucas wants the prequels to be. So who am I to say that it's wrong, you know? Now, I can say there's parts that I enjoy more than others. I did a Star Wars ranking video, you know, and I rank Revenge of the Sith higher than the other two. I enjoy Revenge of the Sith more. It's got a more aesthetic that I like more. But that's an issue of my taste. That's not a flaw in the movies. You know, Phantom Menace it's the movie that George Lucas wanted to make. You know, I had somebody a couple days ago ask me, like, are you really defending that there should be fart jokes in Star Wars? Well, you know, it's like there's 2 burp jokes in Return of the Jedi, you know. But do I put fart jokes in my own fiction? Do I love fart? No, I'm not into fart jokes. But George Lucas, you know, he was making a movie for 10-year-olds. He had I think a 9-year-old at the time. You know, maybe Lucas's son Jet thought that fart jokes were funny, so you know, George Lucas tossed in a fart joke. You know, so if that was the movie that Lucas wanted to make, I'm not going to say that he was wrong for doing that. I'm not going to say that I don't like fart jokes, so therefore Lucas should take them out. You know, if that's what he wanted to do, it's what he wanted to do. My personal mileage that I get out of it, yeah, I enjoy Revenge of the Sith is my favorite Star Wars movie. I make a Star Wars ranking video. I made one, and I'm probably going to make an updated one someday. So, you know, yeah, I get variable mileage out of the different episodes. But I'm glad and thankful that George Lucas got to make them the way that he wanted them to be. I think that's for the reasons we were talking about earlier. I think it's very special and unique in Hollywood. And I think that that's a very good thing that we should be grateful for, that he got to finish it his way. Invisible Man's a great movie. I'm looking at like my Invisible Man toy, but I don't think I can bring him down without knocking over my Creature from the Black Lagoon toy. But yeah, I love Invisible Man. I love Godzilla -1. That was on my 2023 Best of the Year list. I make these Best of the Year lists, and then I'm too lazy to make a video out of them, you know, because when I make a video, I turn it into a whole production, and I want to find all the behind the scenes clips and the whole thing. So I just make like a quick list and post it to Twitter. But I have done best of the year list for the last few years, and I like Godzilla -1 a lot. I'm looking forward to the sequel. I'm gonna go see what is it called? Shin Godzilla, I think it's called. I haven't actually seen that one, and they're reissuing it next month, I think August 14th. So I'm gonna go see that one. So I'm excited. I love Samsara. Baraka also, yeah. I also like the third one, but I'm not going to embarrass myself mispronouncing the name. But yeah, I love those. I can watch stuff like that all the time. Like I love visual non-narrative movies, and I don't know why. For some people, it's really difficult if there's not like dialogue telling them what's happening. And a lot of I just really like visual stuff. Like, I heard that Tree of Life was like this really difficult experimental movie, and I thought, oh, okay. Or Upstream Color is another one, and I thought Tree of Life. I got the movie, and I thought I was going to watch it home, and it was kind of late at night, and I thought, oh, maybe I was going to watch a couple minutes because I was curious, and I thought I'm going to watch the rest of the movie later, right? Because people told me it's this very long, very difficult movie, and I put on Tree of Life, and I was just mesmerized by that movie. I couldn't turn it off. I watched the whole thing straight through, and then I watched it again. And I just really, you just got to tune into like that, the visual level, the emotions behind the images. I don't know, to each their own. Everybody likes different stuff, but those types of movies, Samsara and all those movies, I could watch Tree of Life all day. You could do like an 8-hour cut. I would just sit there and enjoy it. I love that. Godzilla -1 is great. Favorite TV shows made after 2020? Again, when I get a question like that, I feel like I need to really sit down and think about it, because I'm going to leave something out if I don't make like a proper list. But I loved the Chucky TV show, because I was recommending Chucky earlier. The show is really a proper continuation of the movie franchise. The show is the same continuity, same actors. So the show really just like picks up where the movies leave off, but they do like 10 episodes a season, so they can do a lot of crazy stuff. And the Chucky show is really entertaining. I'm not saying it's the best show on TV in the last 5 years, but it's certainly an entertaining show. A lot of maybe even almost all silent films that we have are compromised by the studio in some way, because the studios would mess with them. And then also the way censorship worked back then was very different. So studios, they would have to change it for different censorship boards in different states and different counties. And when studios edited things back then for censorship boards, there was no concept that we had to preserve the original version for posterity. When they edited it, because, somebody in Kansas or someplace wanted to censor it, the censored version, they would change the original negative to make the prints. So when they did the censored version, they altered the original negative, and so a lot of times the censored version would be the only version that survived. So a lot of silent movies, you just kind of have to imagine the missing pieces, because we're never going to have the complete original version. But that said, Lon Chaney's Phantom of the Opera survives. It's pretty close. It's a pretty amazing movie the way it is. There's still a lot to like about it. Even like Todd Browning's Freaks. Todd Browning made the Universal Dracula, which a lot of people say is a lesser Universal horror, but he also made Freaks, which is a stone cold masterpiece. But Todd Browning's Freaks was also edited and censored a lot, and so the versions that we have are slightly different, or the recreations. You gotta just do the best with what we have with those movies. Make the best of a bad situation. I like you, but I don't like your friend, because American Graffiti is not boring. American Graffiti is a wonderful, joyful movie. The fact that so many people watch Star Wars, but they don't watch that, makes me really sad, because they don't appreciate Lucas as a person or as a filmmaker. They only appreciate, the franchise. I think any real Star Wars fan, I know it's not as well known as Star Wars, so if you haven't watched it yet, I'm not holding it against you, but if you really like Star Wars, you have to watch American Graffiti at some point. You got to do it. Yeah, there's a lot of I'm going to get into this in my next video when I talk about CGI and the prequels, but a lot of the CGI and the prequels, the CGI is actually real life photography that's just comped in with, they'll take a real photograph of a mountain or whatever, and then they'll like put Wookiees in front of it. But there's a lot of really beautiful location shooting in Revenge of the Sith. I think that's how they got a lot of those volcano shots, right? It was because Frick was involved in shooting that. I'd have to refresh my memory on the whole story there, but there's a lot of really beautiful location photography in Revenge of the Sith. And people just they think, oh, it's all CGI, just like somebody just pushed a button and a computer did all of that. The movie is full of just gorgeous, real life photography. We talked a lot about my views on video games, so I'm not going to bore the people that have been here longer, but I answered that question earlier. This whole live stream will be up for viewing afterwards. I don't know if I'd say Frenzy is the best, but Frenzy is a masterpiece. Frenzy is a late career masterpiece by Hitchcock. Love Frenzy. Anybody who loves Hitchcock or they love Psycho or they're wanting more Hitchcock recommendations, Frenzy would be up towards the top of my list. Edwards wrote a 4-page. Oh yeah, Gareth Edwards, and he why he loved Jurassic Park, and that's why I'm going to get off on a whole Gareth Edwards tangent. Conceptually, I can see why Spielberg wanted to make that first Jurassic World movie, because the idea of having a fully operational, open for business Jurassic Park theme park, that's a brilliant. That's the idea they should have done for the first sequel to the first movie. I think that's a great idea. So maybe Edwards had a good 4-page pitch, but the actual execution of it was so just terrible, abysmal. Made me very sad. Okay. I do got to get to the end of this at some point, guys, although I really you've been asking great questions, and I appreciate the conversation. And I'm amazed there's still as many people watching now as we're watching at the beginning. So I really appreciate it, guys. But I do got to start powering through a little bit. I have not seen Peacemaker yet. I might actually do that, though, because I did enjoy his Superman. I enjoyed Suicide Squad. I did watch his Creature Commandos, and I actually liked that. So, again, like I say a million times in the Superman video, I'm not saying his Superman's a masterpiece or a great movie or anything, but as far as these kind of corporate superheroes things go, yeah, I think that James Gunn is much more interesting than most of these people. I think he's an interesting filmmaker. So I might actually watch Peacemaker at some point. Alien that's great. One of Ridley Scott's great virtues is that he was a photographer first, and he's also an artist. He can draw his own storyboards. So even even a movie like Napoleon, which I think is abysmal, still he always has a really amazing look to his movies, because he's somebody like Kubrick that, Kubrick knew cameras like to a mechanical level. Like Kubrick could build cameras. He knew everything there is to know about photography. And Ridley Scott is really similar. He knows how cameras work. So yeah, his movies always, Alien is just always going to be, I think, another, not that I'm ragging on James Cameron's Alien so much, but I think if you take the scenes in Alien where they leave the Nostromo and they go out on the planet, right? And there's the rocks and the fog, and they see the alien ship, the engineer ship. And then you look at the extended cut of James Cameron's Aliens, where they do similar scenes. They go out in the rocks and they see the ship, right, where they showed Newt and her family. I think those scenes are in the extended edition, but they're not in the theatrical James Cameron Aliens. But the two things of Ridley Scott and James Cameron doing almost identical scenes, seen side by side, where they're out on the planet and they're seeing the alien ship in the fog and everything. And just, sometimes go there, put side by side how Ridley Scott shoots that and how James Cameron shoots it. And Ridley Scott's is just so beautiful and evocative, and it still looks completely real, 50 years later. And James Cameron's just looks cheap as shit. It just really, you can see why it's a deleted scene, because it just doesn't even look good, So that to me, not so much to rag on James Cameron, but just to talk about how beautifully shot Ridley Scott's Alien movie is. Just what a gorgeous, gorgeous movie it is. You just compare those two scenes. It's it's a hard drop off from one to the other. Thoughts on Clive Barker? I love Clive Barker. I read a lot of his books when I was a little kid. I like Hellraiser. I really liked. There was a book I read when I was a really little kid called Thief of Always. It's sort of a young adult novel that he wrote. And I haven't read it for probably 30 years, but I liked it a lot. So I'd recommend that one. But maybe it's bad. I don't know. Maybe I had bad taste when I was 8 years old. But yeah, I like Ridley Scott. I'm going to ruin my Quentin Tarantino video if I ever do a Tarantino ranking video. But Tarantino's best movie is Jackie Brown. Come on, everybody knows that. Second best Tarantino movie, Kill Bill, The Whole Bloody Affair. The two parts together is one movie. But number one, Jackie Brown. Yes, the George Lucas Greenhouse White House analogy. That's exactly what I'm talking about, which is when people ask me about flaws in the prequel. That's what I was getting at. If you don't know that reference, go watch my prequels video, and I showed George talking about it. Without getting too much into it, I think Rob Zombie is a great filmmaker. I love his movies. I love his House of a Thousand Corpses. I love Devil's Rejects. I think is even better than House of a Thousand Corpses. And I like his Halloween movies. I think the Halloween, the main franchise, really dropped off. And I'm usually not a big fan of the reboots, but I don't think like the like Halloween H2 or the ones where Jamie Lee Curtis comes back and they try to go back to the whatever. I'm not a fan of anything that's been done with the Halloween movies really since the first one, except for I think Rob Zombie's Halloween reboots I thought those were solid. I like those. It's probably because I don't like the main franchise. If you're a fan of the main franchise, this is very different. I will do a list eventually of my top. That's a video I'll do one day of my top 100 movies of all time. I already said my number one. On that list, I would rank Star Wars, George Lucas's 12-hour movie, the 6 Star Wars episodes. I would rank that together as one movie. And if you rank the whole 12-hour thing as one movie, that would be. I don't want to give away my ranking, but it would be pretty close to the top. It would be. I think it could be close to the top. Making of the Original Trilogy by Rensler is greatest making of behind-the-scenes movie books you'll ever read. I feel very, very personally grateful. I almost said blessed, even though I'm not religious and I don't say blessed, but I felt very, very honored that Rensler did my podcast. And that was the first live stream I ever did, so I don't think it was very good. I was very confused by the format. I was figuring out the cameras and everything. But I was so flattered that he agreed to do my live stream. And he was, by the way, in addition to, you guys should buy all of his books. His Making of Revenge of the Sith book is also amazing. But I will just say also, in addition to his books, just like one of the sweetest guys I ever met in my life. After we did the live stream, I kept the live stream kind of short because I thought, like, oh, he's a big time author. He doesn't want to talk to me for 3 hours, So I kept the live stream short. And then after we weren't broadcasting anymore. We went off the air. Rensler, he just stayed there talking with me for like an hour, and he wanted to hear about my Star Wars opinions, and he wanted to hear about, what I thought of his other books, and just the sweetest guy in the world. And he also lived very close to me. And so I always kind of, we kind of said like, oh, we should go get coffee someday. And then COVID happened. And then right at the same time, he got his diagnosis. He found out he had terminal cancer. And so I never got to hang out with him in person. But he's just the friendliest guy in the world. I was some nobody with a brand new YouTube channel, and he was like totally willing to hang out with me and get coffee and tell me stories about his time with George Lucas and everything. So yeah, I love him, and I feel so grateful that I got to do a live stream, and I was so sad when he died. Yeah, Rensler, read all of his books. Everybody go read all of his books. He did a really good book about Alien too. He did a behind the scenes book about Alien, since we're talking about that. Yeah, that's the key to understanding Star Wars, is these are personal movies. People don't get that. It's the number one thing that they don't get. Ridley Scott fan and a fantasy slut. So yeah, Legend is good. Like I said, I don't think Legend is bad. I'd make a face when you say it's his best movie, but it's a good movie. A lot of the second guessing on movies does come from people that have never made movies, and yeah, people that make movies, you'll hear them talk a lot more about. They're a lot more hesitant to say if this is good or bad. A lot of them they're just like, he got to make his movie, good for him, clap, congratulations, because that's their dream, is to be able to make their movie, so they're not going to tell somebody else you did it wrong, because they don't want anybody else to tell them that. They want to make their movie their way, so they understand you should make your movie your way, and I think that's the healthier attitude, really. Well, that's a deep cut. Great Train Robbery. Yeah, that's very important film to film history. I would do a lot more videos about silent movies. If people are actually interested in that, I'd love to talk about that kind of stuff, because I love silent movies. That quote is funnier and more stupid than anything that Chris Duckman ever said. That's one of my favorite cuts in my special editions video. It's just, well, that one, and there's just the amazingly stupid things people say in that People versus George Lucas movie. It's just like every shot of that movie is just the stupidest thing you ever heard, Unbelievable. So yeah, that's what I thought. Frick did the volcano photography for the Revenge of the Sith. Again, people going on about all the this is going to be in my next video, talking about the CGI in the prequels, because J.J. Abrams claiming that Force Awakens supposedly had all these practical effects. Revenge of the Sith is full of beautiful live action photography. American Graffiti is a great movie, and yeah, it's also give you all kinds of music if you never had an exposure to that kind of music. I used to have the soundtrack CD in high school, and people would make fun of me because I was listening to all this kind of 60s groove, but it's good music. It's good. And that's the music of George Lucas's childhood. If you want to understand him as a person, that's like Lucas's vibe. It's like everybody, like the bands that were the bands that you loved in high school, that has a special place in your heart for everybody. And those are George Lucas's jams, the whole American Graffiti soundtrack. So if you want to understand Lucas as a person, go get the Graffiti soundtrack CD. It's bopping. Oh, I'm trying to. Okay, there it goes. Yes, Mount Etna footage. I think that's what Frick shot for Revenge of the Sith. I'm going to skip a couple guys. I'm sorry, but I got another super chat, and I do have to wrap this up tonight, at some point tonight, and I want to do everybody's super chats. So this one, sup, dude? Sup with you? Went on a Garth Ennis binge recently. Thought Cross was really annoying. Even the Alan Moore series sucked, and Red Rover Charlie was pretty good. Interested to hear a cartoonist view. I like Garth Ennis. I like a lot of this stuff. It's not my favorite thing, but it's it's good. I'm sorry, I don't have a really detailed opinion on that one, because it's not something that I'm like super knowledgeable about, really, to be honest. I never really liked Punisher that much. I think I read the first couple volumes of The Boys, one or two of those, but I didn't. Sorry if this answer is not deserving of your super chat, because it's something where I just read a few things, but I was never, deeply into it. So, but yeah, good. That's a good comic book recommendation, also for the people in the chats that were looking for other comic book recommendations. Yes, thanks for trying. Yeah, I'm sorry. That was a very sad, anemic answer after all the other long answers that I give. And that one, I can really just say I read 2 volumes of The Boys, and that was about it. I'm glad that people are finding this watchable, though, because I thought after I didn't have a co-host, nobody would be interested to hear me talk. But, I skipped a few to get down to the super chat. So... yeah, Taschen books, of course. I love. Oh, it's so big I can't even get it out. But of course, Taschen. I have the Taschen Little Nemo, because we were talking about Little Nemo in Slumberland before. I have the Little Nemo Taschen that's as big as the original newspaper size. So it's like I can't even get to it right now because it's too big. But yeah, they've done they did an amazing. They did the book on Stanley Kubrick's Napoleon, which is astounding. They did those recent Spider-Man collections, and they're doing some early Marvel comics. I have the first Amazing Spider-Man book that Tashin did, where they scanned the original comics and produced them at a really large size. So you can really see how the original printing looked, see the original colors and everything. Those are really cool. Their little Nemo book is just unbelievable. And yeah, their Shining book was great. They've done really great books about R. Crumb, by the way. Tashin did. This one right here is Tashin doing R. Crumb sex obsessions. This is all like the comics that he did about his sex fetishes, which is really pretty fascinating to read. Yeah, that's good stuff. This might actually be a good question to end it on, guys, because I appreciate some of you are saying that you have to. Some of you are saying that you have to leave. I need to leave pretty soon. It's been over 4 hours, but I really do appreciate those of you that have stayed that long. I appreciate the guys that did super chats. I'm sorry my answer in the last super chat wasn't a very interesting answer, but so I do need to wrap this up pretty soon. But I think this would be a good question to end on, because whenever people ask me that question, I do have an answer that immediately leaps to mind, which is The Last Jedi. The Last Jedi being, I think, the worst fucking movie that I've ever seen in my life. It's just painful to me to even think about it. So we can end on a real note of negativity of me saying how much I hate The Last Jedi. So, okay, guys. I think that's going to be my last question for the night, but I really do appreciate those of you that, yeah, somebody guessed. 2 people guessed. So yeah, we're going to end on that negativity there, but I really appreciate that so many of you stuck around to the end, and I was getting good questions all the way to the end. So that was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun talking to you guys. Stick around for like the big video I'm teasing is coming very soon. And then after I do that video, I have a live stream guest in mind also. So I think after I do this video, I'm going to have a killer live stream because I have a really good guest. So it's going to be a really good video and a really good live stream. And I appreciate you guys sticking around all this time. Thanks again for the super chats. And all you guys, I'll see you next time. Have a good night.